Sacramento City Council, Redevelopment, Successor Agency, and the Financing Authority. We're going to begin tonight, as we do each week, with the Pledge of Allegiance. So we'd like to invite our guests to join the council and staff in the pledge, which tonight's going to be led by our Fire Chief, John Heilman. The council did not meet in closed session this evening, so we're going to proceed directly to our Journal Administration Agenda, Item 1A, which is presentation by the public on matters not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the City Council. As is noted on our agenda, the council is prohibited by state law from having a discussion or taking action on items that are brought up under Item 1A, but it is an important opportunity for a public forum. I do ask that anyone wishing to address the council on this or any other agenda item this evening to please fill out one of the yellow cards that is available near the front door and turn it into the city clerk. In front of the clerk is a timer that we use to make sure that everyone has the chance to be heard, and to that end we ask that all the comments be limited to no more than 3 minutes. Also in front of the clerk is a analog flip chart that simply indicates which agenda item the council is currently considering. We take the yellow cards all the way up to the conclusion of the staff report on any particular agenda item. After the staff report's done and the council questions or the public testimony have begun, we don't take any additional speaking cards. So if you're here on a specific item, be sure to get the card in as soon as possible, but certainly before the end of the staff report. We also know that for some folks in the community, speaking in public isn't their thing, and it can cause a bit of anxiety. So we do ask that there not be any boos or cat calls or even applause or other demonstrations, and that we try to maintain a civil discourse here in the chambers. So with that, we do have a couple of requests to speak under Item 1A. The first is by Matthew Hargrove, with the West Sacramento Cyclocross Grand Prix.
Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you for having me here this evening. My name is Matthew Hargrove. I'm a West Sacramento resident, and I'm a volunteer who's helping to put together, along with the city and the Sacramento area bicycle advocates, the West Sacramento Cyclocross Grand Prix. First of all, we'd like to thank the city very much for your partnership in this event. 5 years ago in this very room, we hatched the idea of putting together a big fall event that would be a big city community event. And we had the thought that we would be able to turn this into an international professional bike race. We set a goal of 5 years to make that happen. In our 4th year of running the event, I'm proud to let you know that we are actually a sanctioned Union Cycliste Internationale, better known as UCI, professional bike race this year. That means we are being sanctioned by the highest international bike race sanctioning body in the world. It's the same body that sanctions the Tour de France. It's the same body that sanctions the Amgen Tour of California. We're a slightly different type of bike race. We're not road bikes. We are cyclocross, which is much more fun and where the cooler people go. But we're very, very proud of that. And we're hoping to bring in this year, as our first year as an international race, some high-level professional racers. Now, don't get me wrong, you will never have heard of any of these racers at this point, but at some point we do hope that cyclocross will continue to grow as it has in this region, and with your support, that will happen. This race has been put together with the partnership of co-hosts with the City of West Sacramento. Your staff, your park, your support has been essential in making that happen. As part of a public-private partnership, we initially started out with the West Sacramento Chamber as one of our co-hosts and partners. This year, they're not a part of the race. It grew a little too big for their mission, but Saba has come in and backfilled for them. And then some private citizens under the banner of NorCal CX are the other co-hosts. We have some wonderful private sponsors that have come in this year with some good connections to West Sacramento. I've given you a packet. This is the packet that will go out to professional racers who will race this year. And you'll notice at the top of this packet, we're proud to announce that Toyota Mirai is actually our primary sponsor this year. That came about because West Sacramento is the host to the only hydrogen fuel cell station, the only hydrogen fueling station in the Central Valley. That's a big deal that we have that. It's a big deal that we have the California Fuel Cell Partnership in West Sacramento, and that enabled us to go connect the dots with them in this race, and hopefully they'll have some hydrogen Mirais out there showing them off at the race. On the second page, you'll still see that we still have a lot of West Sacramento companies that are involved in this. This packet will finally show you the map of the race, which we think is very neat. I think all of you have been out to it in years past, and we hope folks in the audience will come. That's my time. Thank you very much, and I appreciate no boos or catcalls from the audience.
Okay, but we're not done yet. I had a question. Could you tell us a little bit more about what's on the next couple of pages of the packet that you've given us? There's a lot of information here.
Yes. In the past, this has been a one-day race. Because it's now a professional race, and we're hoping to draw people from this first year as far away as Denver, Portland, Seattle, Boise, San Diego, it has to be a two-day race to be able to accommodate folks who are traveling, make it worth their while to come in. So as you'll see, the schedule for this is now a two-day race. It's Saturday and Sunday. Both are the exact same. Also, if you're an amateur, if you've never ridden cyclocross, you can come out and do this race. You do it on the exact same course as the professionals do. In the morning, the amateurs start, and throughout the day, more and more experienced go and go. Councilmember Sandin's husband raced this 2 years ago for the first time cyclocross, and he did a great job. So the big change is that it's a two-day race, higher level race, but it's still welcoming to anybody who wants to come in. Saba is doing basically a vendor fair and a community fair, and we're inviting all the community to come in and enjoy this. In order to get people there to watch this bike racing and enjoy the park, we also have music. We have Bike Dog, who's a local beer maker, West Sacramento beer maker there, and we'll have local food trucks there too. So we hope all the community will come in. We're very happy this year we've been able to expand the course. That's a big deal for us. And we're very happy working with police and fire, who I know are back there. We're going to get to dip out from the course onto an actual city street. If you look at the map, we come out onto 3rd Street. This is really neat. This is one of the only urban cyclocross courses that you'll find in the nation. And it's building some buzz, and the fact that our little race comes out onto the street, we hope in future years will connect to some sort of festival that can build off of this event, look at a closed street event or something like that. So we're looking, in the future to connect to the barn and things like that. But that couldn't happen if our safety personnel said we couldn't do it. So we really appreciate working with the police and fire on that. A lot of this information is stuff that only racers will really care about, but I think for City Council, the bottom line is we've got good community support. We have good business support. Thanks to all of you, we have good political support, and this race is getting a huge buzz. I'm getting emails from Australia, from Europe, and from all over the West Coast. We will be one of only 3 UCI level races on the West Coast: Amgen Tour of California, Las Vegas, West Sacramento, and there's one in Los Angeles too, 4 races. That's a big deal that we are in that high level of company.
Great, and if you've never been to cyclocross, this is not a ticketed event. Anybody can attend?
This is a free event to come watch, and we encourage everyone to come watch. It's all day throughout the day. If you want to come razz Marty Swingle, you're there early in the morning. If you want to see bands and see professional racers, you're there afternoon until about 5 o'clock. If you want to race, it's $40 to race. And the only thing that you need to race is a bike that you can ride off-road that is safe for you to ride, and a helmet.
All right. And you can come in and out. I think for folks whose only experience with a bike race is Amgen or something similar, where you're waiting around hours and hours and hours and hours for a few seconds of activity. This is action-packed all day long, and you can go for a half hour and check it out. You can stay for 7 hours if you want to. But it's a very open-ended event for folks to come and enjoy.
It's great viewing because you can sit in the shade under a tree, and they're laps. So you'll see Chris Doherty, who I know is on the West Sacramento City staff. He races. You can heckle Chris 7 times as he comes by out of breath as you're sitting in the shade. So yes, it's very, very friendly. At worst, it's a beautiful day sitting in a park. At best, you get to see friends riding around on a bike, and hopefully some of you will come out this year, and some of you in the audience will come out and try it.
Terrific. Matt, congratulations. This is an enormous achievement for the community and also for you personally. This is the best of this is the best of what West Sacramentans are. You had this, just as a regular citizen who's been very active in the community, a lifelong resident, had this vision of this community hosting a race like this at this level. And in year one, basically did this not all by yourself, but inspired a lot of other people to believe in this crazy idea. And it was a huge success. And then you made it a bigger success and a bigger success, all with the intention of accomplishing this. I mean, when you look at this, you'd think that there was an organization of 1,000 people with a gigantic budget putting this on. And there are a lot of folks rallying to make this happen, but it's all because of the inspiration and the drive and the relentlessness that you brought to the project. And it's why Parks and Police and Fire and all the volunteers and SABA and everybody else and the sponsors want to participate because of the leadership that you've demonstrated. This is the kind of stuff that really makes West Sacramento great. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Bob Shever from the United States Coast Guard, our friend, is back again. Welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we wanted to kind of recap from our May 20th event. We partnered with the city of West Sacramento for National Safety Week.
Not sure you can, there's a button to also raise it up a little. I don't know if Matt's put it on the max height, but it's easier for folks in the audience than at home to hear. The mic's closer. Oh, maybe the mic's off. There's the city clerk's coming over to provide technical assistance. There you go.
Technical support, we got it.
Perfect, thanks.
Again, Mr. Mayor, we're here to do kind of a recap from our May 20th event, National Safe Boating Week, where we partnered with the city of West Sacramento. The event didn't have exactly the turnout we were expecting, but we did get one positive thing. That was the word out about wearing life jackets and water safety. I'd like to thank you for personally coming out. I know you had to go out of town, but you were all over the major news stations that day. We did get quite a bit of coverage that way. We are partnered again with City of West Sacramento. We're teaching safe boating classes starting in the middle of August for the new boating license requirement coming up in January that a lot of people aren't even aware of yet. So anyway, we've brought a few things we'd like to share tonight.
Thanks. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Here we actually had Mr. Johannesson out there in a boat, absorbing the sun rays and watching the event. And City Tuttle, Cindy. We can't leave you out. You were a major part of this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And our Fire Marshal, Fire Chief, and Chief of Police, come on down. Get these right. There we go.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much,
sir.
Bob.
Thank you.
very much.
Oh, can you give that to Eric Jones when you see him? Thank you. Chief, could not have done it without you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anyway, we're looking forward to next year. Hopefully, we'll have more pre-event media coverage and make it happen. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I know it was a terrific event, and I'm confident we'll have more people next year now that we'll have great visuals and videos and all the Snapchats that went out, all the collateral that showed what a really useful and fun day that it was out on the river, and there was lots of educational stuff, and so we were glad to be partners and looking forward to doing it again.
And perhaps maybe next year we could team up with the ballpark when they're having an event too, because I understand that was quite a drawing card that evening, but we've got a year to plan it.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Forest Gardens. Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Is this on? Thank you, folks, for welcoming me out again today. I could not beat that first presentation. I was like, maybe I could make a, anyway. So I told my niece that the president was here, so it was kind of my way of kind of roping her in the whole deal, so don't blow my cover. Yeah, my name is Forrest, and I'm the community organizer for the mobile homes here in West Sacramento, kind of just doing another little update on some of the efforts that we've done here. Mr. Fire Marshal Johnson, Brian Johnson, he's right behind me, isn't he? He's right behind me. Okay. He did an awesome job. He had a chance to come out to one of our town hall meetings, and so did Senator Pan's office and a field rep. And his name is Marlon Lara. And we talked a lot about emergency response in mobile homes. The thing is, we kind of touched on this last time I came by with the mobile home parks having a single entrance and exit. And if there were an evacuation needed, either it's fire, a gas leak, or a flood, with the scares that we had before, it was how do we evacuate safely? Part of the thing that happens is what I perceive as a conflict between HCD and some of the recommendations that our city fire department has here. In my park, West Wind Estates, we're surrounded by an 8-foot concrete wall. All of the emergency gates are chained shut, like literally chained shut. And the only folks that have access to those gates are the manager, and she's in the central part of the park. So we implored the HCD to, please reconsider at least allowing us to have pedestrian exits without having to wait for emergency responders or the manager to let us out. Because we'd have to ram the gate with a car, or we would have to jump this cinder block wall that's taller than me. So anyway, we're hoping that you guys would reconsider and at least maybe helping us being able to get out effectively. Over here at Castle Mobile Home Park, the one that's right behind you, we reached out to that particular park because it was losing power. And the thing was, we have a lot of senior citizens that are in there, and for whatever reason, we had to go door to door. Again, Brian Johnson was to the rescue. They went and they did welfare checks with everybody because it was the dead of summer, and some of these senior citizens. And when I went door to door to knock to see if they were okay, well, of course, one person was like gasping on the kitchen floor like a goldfish for air because they could not. It was the heat just started to get just too much. And so the thing is that had he not gone door to door, things could have been bad. Why are they losing power? It's because the managers that run some of these parks are lethargic. We can't get them to do their job. And there is a tool in our box that we can come up and say, hey, we need you to do your job. Because HCD will tell us, well, that's a civil issue. And the thing is that we pay taxes. We pay property taxes. And we're stuck. And the thing is, trying to get these folks to do emergency plans or increase their infrastructure as far as making sure that they're delivering power to the people is hard. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Councilmember Roscoe. Forrest, I think we have to get a question or a comment.
Thank you. Mr. Gardens, I just want to commend you on your advocacy for this community. My mother and grandmother live in mobile home parks, not in West Sacramento, but they are absent an advocate such as yourself. And recently, during the heat wave, their power went out on about maybe 4 to 5 days in 1 week period. They are both on oxygen tanks. So it was a horrendous experience for the both of them, to say the least. And your experience really does mirror what their experience was. So had they had someone like yourself advocating on their behalf, I know they probably might have had a different experience or maybe a more swift response. So I just wanted to remind you how important your role is, and I know that you just take this upon yourself to do, but I'm sure that the residents in all of the parks really do appreciate your efforts, as I do.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
And this council as well.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, those are all the requests we have to speak under item 1A, so we'll proceed to item 1B, which is council communications. Are there any reports or other communications this evening? Councilmember Sandin?
The West Sacramento Area Flood Control Agencies met twice since our last council meeting, on June 29th and July 20th. We approved our biennial administrative and operations and capital improvement budgets for 2017-18 and 2018-19. Tom Ramos, who's a trustee for Reclamation District 537, was selected as board chair for this coming year, and I was selected as vice chair at our June 20th meeting. We also received a presentation on an update of the Pioneer Bluff and Stone Lock districts levee setback analysis, and we received a detailed progress report on the Southport Levee Improvement Project. And if you haven't been by there recently, work is proceeding fairly rapidly, Mondays through Saturdays in 10-hour days to catch up after the wet winter and spring we had, and utility relocations also underway. We discussed federal advocacy at length, and a team is being set up across many agencies, and a federal project work timeline has also been scoped. So there's a lot going on in the levy work around our city. The Age-Friendly Committee met on July 18th to finalize the plan that's before us on the tonight's agenda, so I think we'll have more discussion on that later. But I do want to thank John Robinson and some of his colleagues for their work on the project, and also for the community being so engaged and helping inform the work. And then earlier today, the city-county 2x2 met. Both Supervisors Villegas and Rexroad and Councilmember Orozco and I, along with the city manager and the county administrative officer, met, and our primary discussion focused on homeless services. Karen Larson, who's the director of Yolo County's Health and Human Services Agency, shared information on all the services being provided to West Sacramento homeless members of the community. And the primary service lacking here is permanent supportive housing. So we discussed that a bit today. And finally, along with the mayor and Councilmember Orozco, I attended the West Sacramento Fire Department's Youth Fire Academy Class 17-1 graduation. Highlights were shown in a really wonderful slideshow. Mayor spoke on behalf of the council. It was a really inspiring evening, and many families came up to us afterwards thanking. We ended up being recipients of thanks for supporting the program, but I want to thank the chief and the fire department for embracing this academy program.
Thank you. Councilmember Orozco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This morning, the Regional Sanitation Board met. We received a presentation and an update on the Echo Water Project and highlights from their quarterly report. Essentially, the overview of the schedule and progress to date reveals that 6 projects are in the construction and commission phase, with a few others still in the planning and design phase. There have been a variety of delays due to inclement weather. We had a very wet last several months, but glad to say that despite those delays, program costs are still on target and tracking below the budgeted numbers projected. They have some upcoming milestones. In the fall of 2017, they're going to complete the commissioning of the disinfection chemical storage project, and start commissioning the first phase of the return activated sludge pump project, and then in the winter, additionally, complete the design submittal for the tertiary treatment facility. So construction activity is fully in progress with extended shifts. They are working nights and are maintaining plant operations while constructing the new plant. And this is a huge, huge plant. There are photographs and aerials online if you look under regionalsan.com to get a full idea of what they're doing there. It's scheduled to be completed, I believe, in 2021 or 2023. But needless to say, they're working around the clock to make sure that we're on schedule and on budget. The city-county 2x2 did meet today, and Councilmember Sandine did give a report. We did discuss homeless programs that are existing that maybe some of the public are not aware of, and there was a sheet that was handed out, and I think Councilmember Sandine and I were very pleasantly surprised to see the variety of resources that are available but aren't necessarily disseminated to the, well, I shouldn't say they're not disseminated, but I think we can work on making sure that they are more widely disseminated to the public, as well as they had the opportunity to highlight some of the efforts that Mark Sawyer and our police department are engaging in. Extensive work out there in the community that might not be very visible to folks that are just driving home from work or whatnot, but a lot is going on, and we are going to work on making sure the public is aware of those efforts and continue to expand and increase our efforts in that area. The Yolo County Children's Alliance, I neglected to mention at our last meeting that they were honored as a nonprofit of the year at the celebration of Nonprofits Day at the state capitol. This was an honor awarded to them by Dr. Pan, and it's no surprise because the Yolo County Children's Alliance does fantastic work for our community. Just this morning, having a preschool graduation ceremony. We have an upcoming backpack drive that if you have an opportunity to grab school supplies, throw a few more extra in your basket, deliver them to the Yolo County Children's Alliance. There will be a backpack distribution on the 11th of August at 10 a.m. over at the Family Resource Center. Councilmember Sandine and I both handed out backpacks to the community. very long lines, very needy people, very gracious parents as we help our kids in our community start off the school year on the right foot with their head up high and the resources they need to learn. A couple announcements for YCCA. There is going to be a YCCA Night at the River Cats, and that's August 11th from 5 to the end of the game. If you can purchase a ticket to attend, or just purchase a ticket and not attend and give it to a friend, all proceeds will go to supporting programs in our community. Also, for those of you who aren't into baseball but are into wine, the Yolo County Children's Alliance will have a Bogle al fresco
False choice, false choice.
August 18th at Bogle. The Bogle Winery is a fantastic event, and we will have great music. Unfortunately, Mr. Hargrove, he has the Globs at cyclocross, but we will have unsupervised, and they are a fantastic band and will be playing for a great cause. Finally, the regional, Councilmember Ledesma is part of that band, for those of you in the audience that do not know. The Regional Water Association meeting occurred on July 13th. Public Works Director Denix Ambaya was in attendance representing the city of West Sacramento. At the meeting, the board received a legislative update related to Regional Water Association, Authority. Quickly, AB 1654 is a comprehensive alternative to the state's proposal to set enforceable statewide water use targets and would make water conservation a way of life. So that was being discussed. Currently, it's passed by the Assembly, but is being significantly modified in the Senate. SB 623 would establish a safe and affordable drinking water fund in the state treasury. The fund would be used to assist communities and individual domestic well users to address contaminants in drinking water. Two potential sources of funds are being contemplated, one being a fertilizer fee and the other being a state-mandated ratepayer assessment. And in that case, a water provider such as the city of West Sacramento would be required to assess a $1 to $3 connection per month. The board continues to work on RWA's strategic plan and did receive an update on the status of ongoing regulatory processes that will affect the Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta, and upstream water supplies. Finally, this morning, I attended the Coffee with a Cop event that was held at McDonald's on Harbor and West Cap. It was greatly attended. I really want to encourage those of us in the community who've not met your local police department officers to go out there and have a free cup of coffee. I know Ms. Dorsey and Jim were there, and they always attend, and it's wonderful to have representatives from BB Can there, making sure the community is aware of the efforts that you engage in. And my young son was excited to have a sticker from the West Sac Police Department and meet other officers and have a great Egg McMuffin. So thank you for putting those programs on, as well as Summer Night Lights, which I understand are coming to a close on the 29th, and with a bang, with the River Cats game. Is that correct, Chief? Oh, my voice is deep, but I am a ma'am, yes. And I have had the great opportunity of attending these events, and I just really want to commend our department for the proactive efforts to outreach into this community and put on these programs. For those of you in the audience who are not aware and who are out watching this at home, free hot dogs, face painting, interaction, bounce houses, but an interaction with our community officers. These are the men and women of our department who are serving us and keeping us safe, and they risk their lives all the time to do that. But the proactive community building, it's unparalleled in my experience, and I really, really appreciate that. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Ledesma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't realize it was such a long time since our last meeting, but I did want to give an update for the July 10th Yolo County Transportation District. We had a few items worthy of note on a smaller scale, which was larger for the district, was discussion around proposed financing for a new skid for their natural gas facilities, which is a major piece of infrastructure that is needed to keep up with the growing demand of the district. So we had some choices in front of us around that and gave them direction. Also, they discussed, on discussion for the agenda was the district's participation with Sacramento Regional Transit with the smartphone fare prepayment system. This is another step forward in technology for our district, as well as with SAC-RT. In the post-Connect Card world, they're continuing to find ways to amp up their accessibility from a technology standpoint with today's world. So appreciate that discussion, and they're moving forward on that. Most, I think, noteworthy for council to kind of keep in mind is the discussion we had around the county-wide capital improvement program that's being proposed at by the district. This is an effort to come up with a county-wide plan. Its main imperative really is to have a plan in place, looking at needs, assessing needs, evaluating needs, and articulating projects county-wide, and really have one in place, especially with the availability of SBA 1 funds coming up, as well as cap and trade funds, to be able to have a plan kind of ready, have some projects shovel-ready so they could apply. The part that came up was around how they're going to approach it, having 5 agencies involved, 4 cities, us, Davis, Woodland, Winters, and the county, as well as UC Davis, who's involved on the district. Creates a disparity of needs from Winters, which is more rural, but has very distinct needs from our needs, which are very urban. So the main crux of the conversation was around the approaches they'll take. They are trying to find commonalities among the agencies that will allow us to find projects and articulate projects in a manner that we have shared goals and aspirations. That was our first feedback back to the staff. Was we asked them to really consider some goals and objectives to start with, rather than start with sort of a project-based approach. They did offer what they're calling more of a corridor-based approach, where they're going to take either inter-county agricultural corridors as a nexus to find commonalities amongst the region. They could be inter-county trade corridors that would include the port, for instance, as areas where goods movement and other such activity occurs. So they're trying to find these corridors, and we thought was great. We try to keep it simple, but the part we didn't want them, that at least some of the direction we provided them, was to not get too caught up in sort of the formalities and the kind of the contemplating or naval exercises that become trying to find goals and strategies. I think the more important part, we wanted to make sure they were timely. We want to get a plan out this year. We want to keep it simple, find some projects or find an approach that all of us are meaning to that help the entire county in some way. So part of that isn't so much around articulating what you want to be, but maybe articulating what you don't want to be, and that is trying to somehow finding yourself and kind of collecting projects that just the city couldn't move on, and kind of being that dumping ground. Hopefully that we made some progress there. I think it was a really robust discussion for the cities. It could have some positive impact for us, obviously, as another venue to help improve, especially maybe some of our rural roads, or find other concentrations that could help our urban areas. But it was a really good discussion. I'll keep you informed as that comes together. I think the target time I think we were talking about was, Dennis, I want to say end of year, September, October, I want to say, to start seeing a draft of that. So it's going to be moving relatively quickly. So that's my only update today. Thank you.
Does it lead to a self-help county plan, or is it have?
You know, that's kind of where you would think it would want to go. There wasn't really a discussion around whether that's the end game or not, but I think we all know in our mind's eye that's a possibility, could end up there. I know that this council want to weigh in on that type of designation for our county. So I think right now we're more concentrated on just finding the right approach and kind of getting the plan launched. Because the first step is, I think we all acknowledge is having a plan for the county, period, that can access funds that are coming out of SB 1 or whatever else. But yeah, I'm very aware that issue might raise its head as a result of this.
Yeah, I mean, there's both the tax, just the tax question.
Yeah.
Such a large proportion of the taxes to support countywide sales tax would come from here.
Yeah.
And so then if you look at the county's overall needs and what have you, it's a pretty big subsidy from the poorest people of West Sacramento to Davis and other wealthier places. But the other is that the 50-year deal essentially that we made in the blueprint.
Right.
which, tax sources aside,
It's-
where we said, more than half of all growth in the county is going to occur in West Sacramento, and therefore, most of the transportation money of all colors, sales tax or otherwise, should be coming to West Sacramento, and that's largely been forgotten by the incumbent office holders who may not have been around a decade ago.
Yeah, I did bring that up, the fact that how are they going to reconcile that plan with what's, because part of it is, it's explicit by the other stakeholders in this, the other agencies, they want to be more competitive for SACOG funds. So the feedback I provided was, well, that it's got to be in line with the blueprint principles as well as transit-oriented development that's been promulgated by the state in terms of its law. So we really, how do you reconcile that with a plan that is just sort of becomes very project-based to try to accommodate areas that aren't getting the funding? And yeah, I'm very aware of the growth where it's planned at is here, which is why we're getting some of the projects we get in terms of bridge work or otherwise. So we'll be continuing to push on that.
Mayor Pro Tem Johansson, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, in addition to the July 18th age-friendly meeting where the main action item was the adoption of the age-friendly action plan that I participated with Council Member Sandine, on July 11th, I attended the Yolo Solano Air Quality Management District, and the EPA is alive and well in Yolo County. We don't really see any changes to the regulatory framework at this point. Yolo, Sacramento, Placer are in a particular region that's considered to be a non-attainment region. A lot of this is because of the fires, because of the drought, and a lot of the other factors. So in order to, as long as we're in a non-attainment district, we have to develop, it's called a particle matter 2.5 rule, which deals with 2.5 micron particles that tend to be precursors of health problems, and that's NOx and a number of other sources. So what the district has to do is propose rules to look at the major emitters of that, and they tend to be businesses, dry cleaning businesses, self-standing generators, things of that nature. So we have a proposed rule. We're going to be dealing with that probably over the next 2 or 3 meetings to come up with the final rule. The other issue we discussed, this was at the request of some of the board members, was cannabis cultivation. And it was more or less just an information item on what the different jurisdictions are doing with cannabis cultivation and if there's any implications there for air quality in terms of what the district is doing. Let's see, today I was at the Yolo County Housing meeting. The main issues there, we approved a emergency transfer plan for victims of domestic violence, dating violence, and sexual assault. So essentially what that does is if you're in a housing project, you have issues with any types of this harassment, then it allows you to be moved to other units within the YOLO housing. And so we have an emergency transfer plan that we adopted. That would be in addition to any other criminal or civil restraining order remedies that you may have. We also approved a collective bargaining agreement. Of course, YOLO housing, the funding is totally dependent on state and federal. And as cities see their funding increase, and you can see a room to actually provide more employment benefits, when we're looking at labor and housing, we're looking at a decrease of funds over a number of years and trying to how to better, more effectively manage the organization in order to give folks, benefits. So it looks like we've got a good deal that was approved. There's, I think, 2.5% over 2 years, and another 4% over the next year after that, vacation time, and some of the similar things that we deal with here at the city. After that meeting, I attended the 10-year Plan Commission, and we actually were presented with the draft 10-year plan, action plan. Now, if those of you recall, a number of years back, the county did a 10-year plan. There was a lot of progress on that, but this is actually more focused on 4 or 5 main goals. And over the next 2 or 3 months, the stakeholders are going to be involved in looking at, exactly what are the metrics and kind of the similar things that we've done in our city. Are you getting putting effort into this particular program? Are you getting any benefit out of it? What does it cost? What are the options? So we're looking at similar things in terms of coming up with some type of dashboard that we can have some type of accountability. We'll talk about this. I think we get into age-friendly as well. Some of those same issues applied there. And I think that is it.
All right, thank you. After following the council's action on the budget, which included the direction that we convene a ad hoc council subcommittee for the limited purpose and limited term of helping to frame out some of the budgeting principles, and it was an identical action to what the board of the Infrastructure Financing District had done as well. So I appointed myself and Councilmember Ledesma, and we've had one meeting since that time and are expecting to bring forward some frameworks and notions, and I know staff is working on something similar to the council shortly. So that process is underway. We haven't had a SACOG is off this month because the city of County of Sacramento take this month off as well. We did have a request by SACOG to take a position and weigh in on AB 1069, which is a piece of legislation that shifts the regulation of taxi cabs from cities to, in 10 areas of the state, it shifts the regulation of taxi cabs from the cities in those areas to the Regional Transportation Agency, which in our case would be SACOG. And SACOG and the other regional transportation agencies and the counties and the others that are involved are all strongly opposed to it, and had asked us to weigh in against the bill as well. We haven't. I think this is actually a good example. Maybe regional water is another one where sometimes the regional interests aren't ours. And it may be a topic for us to have a discussion at a future council meeting, but we don't regulate taxis to any serious degree. I mean, other than business license permits and what have you, we don't regulate taxis here at all. And so taxi drivers who live here, of which there are many, and taxi users, consumers who live here, of which there are many more, are essentially subject to the regulatory framework and policies of the city of Sacramento and the county of Sacramento and the airport system, but none of which they have any role in choosing or electing. And that's partly an artifact of history. I mean, it's just the taxi cabs have long been, they've been part of, mainly centered in the central cities and in airports. But as the region has grown and the urban footprint of the region has extended, the coverage of those regulations includes many, many people and jurisdictions and businesses that are not, that don't have any democratic role in those regulations. And so my own view is that I think it's worth us thinking about, actually, that a region-wide system for taxi regulations, which both the taxi industry and the ride-sharing industry both support, for these similar reasons around the changes in human geography over the last century, might actually be in the best interest of the city. So we've not responded to the SACOG call to take a position on AB 1069. I have a meeting scheduled with the author of the bill to learn more about some of the details about it, but I think before we would take any action, we'd bring it through we don't have any existing policy at the city that would drive a position on that piece of legislation. Then lastly, I reported I think at our last meeting that we signed up for the Bloomberg Mayor's Innovation Challenge. And we were chosen as one of the cities for the IDEA Accelerator technical assistance program, essentially, that Bloomberg provides. The submission deadline for the challenge for the cities to submit its single innovation idea for consideration for ultimately the $5 million grand prize is in October. It's late October. And so we've begun building out, how do we accomplish that? And a lot of details need to be finalized because the city manager has just returned, and so we want to get to work on that. I have been visiting each of the commissions over the last month. We'll continue that tour of the commissions next month as well to try to engage them. But we're contemplating, at least, again, subject to our ability to implement this within the timeframe that we have, convening a set of change makers in the community, which is similar to what we did last time in the food innovation space, but in a more broad way, whether it's nonprofit organizations, government agencies, crazy people, folks who can help us think clearly and carefully and recklessly at the beginning about potential innovation ideas in some priority areas. We're contemplating doing an open submission in the community as well that would be web-based for folks to be able to submit ideas, and possibly something like an innovation festival or that's in a hackathon style where we spend a day on a weekend with a large group of people in the community working through some of those. So we're scoping out those kinds of ideas. The Bloomberg Foundation will be sending out this team to assist us through the Idea Accelerator program. We've submitted a set of possible dates for us. But they're visiting, I think, 200 cities or something like that. So we don't have a date on that yet. But council will be engaged in we'll figure out, consistent with the Brown Act, ways for the council to be engaged in throughout the process as well. I think initially, last time when we entered the challenge, we decided very early on that we would focus on food innovation. This was like 4 months after we had declared that we were going to become a global food hub, and so we decided that would be our focus area. I think this time it will make more sense to have a more open but not unbounded set of focus areas, and so we're contemplating, picking a set of 5 or a half a dozen areas that would be the areas of focus. Things like homelessness, or kids home run and the skills gap, or age friendly, or others. So that's to be determined, and but to provide some anchor points as opposed to just anything around that for both the public submissions and for some of these building and scoping sessions as well. So hopefully we'll be able to get the public submission piece out relatively soon. We'll be encouraging folks to think about this in rigorous, systematic innovation ways that would meet the Bloomberg criteria. And that wipes a lot of ideas off the table. And so what I've been asking the commissions to help with, and I ask you to do the same, is to as we level set up expectations of the community that this is the grand prize winner is a $5 million prize, $1 million prize for the other 4 final winners, $100,000 for the 35 cities before that process that they get money for testing and for developing and building out their ideas. But those are one-time funds, and so these are not, the Innovation Challenge is not to create some new program that costs money. It is not to build a building or to build a bike lane. Or to do a single infrastructure project in that way, and it must be something that's innovative, innovative in the national context of American cities, not just something that we've never done before. It doesn't have to be radical, but it does need to be innovative in that sense. And if anything, it should result in better efficiency and effectiveness of government, not additional costs. And so a lot of the ideas that we would typically get in a day at the supermarket or on email or by phone. Put a sidewalk on Jefferson, or restripe the bike lane on West Capitol Avenue, or begin another after-school program, or extend preschool for another half an hour, or whatever. Those are not eligible concepts. But for those who were not involved the last time around, when we did this in 2012, going to if you search for West Sacramento Grotel, you'll get a sense of Grotel being Grotel, which is what we submitted as our proposal last time. You get a sense of kind of the imagination that's required, but also the discipline around the set of multiple community priorities that are being addressed by any particular proposal. So all of that will go out soon, but as I say, because the October deadline it seems far away now, but it's relatively fast, and we'll have our guests from the Bloomberg Foundation out most likely in August, but possibly early September, to help us with the Idea Accelerator. I want to make sure the council was aware. I think as all the details start coming together around the timeline and the administrative plan that the city manager and the team will be sharing with the council, how that will work. So, Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's, I think it's a great challenge that's coming up. One of the things we might want to do at the city is make sure we've got our data kind of ready, because I think some of these applications could involve data aggregation. So I know we've got an open data portal. I know the city's working on that. So we may want to take a look at that. So if it is ready for this type of challenge, the data has to be pretty much ready for that, for use.
All right, then with that, we'll proceed to item 1C, which is appointments to boards and commissions. I would like to appoint Christy Jordan to the Arts, Culture, and Historic Preservation Commission. I believe the application was provided to the council a couple of weeks ago in your packet, so I would make that appointment if there's a motion to approve.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Roscoe, seconded by Councilmember Ledesma. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. The appointment is confirmed. Congratulations to Ms. Jordan, and thank you for agreeing to serve. That brings us to the consent agenda, which is items 2 through 18. Any items on consent to remove, or any items for separate question or comment?
6, please. I can ask for 9 as well.
Of course, yeah. You can take them all if you want. Mr. Ledesma, any?
Nope.
Okay, and I have 11, I think so. We have no cards, correct, Madam Clerk? No cards? Okay. All right, so the first is item 6, which is introduction of the lights, camera, action, crime prevention through environmental design, community guidelines. Councilmember Roscoe.
Thank you. First off, thank you so much for providing this. I read through the attachment number 1, and I had just a few questions as to how this particular guide will be distributed or provided to the community.
Basically, we'd like to use it as kind of an outreach tool to just kind of, in a limited fashion, and I'm thinking specifically with BB Can, since they are such a great partner with the city, but basically to roll it out in neighborhood outreach opportunities, just to get the process and the SEPTED terminology out to the public.
Who created the attachment? Was it it was the city?
The guide itself?
Yes.
I did.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And I was looking at some of the photographs. Are these from our city or from other cities? I didn't recognize a lot of them.
They are stock photographs from basically the internet in other cities.
Yeah, first off, this is great, and I think that getting this in front of our community, both online as well as in hard copy form, and in places where, like, say, for example, like the post office or Home Depot, or like you said, through BB Can, or even through National Night Out, providing this, but with, if we have examples from our city where we have implemented SEPTED, and these are identifiable places that folks in our community can relate to, that would even improve this a little bit more. But it had reference to a survey. Is the survey going to be, is it something that we've already done, or is it up and coming?
It's up and coming. It's more like a self-help tool, just to kind of introduce once again, the SEPTED principle, and also to how to best use those surveys. So it's kind of a two-part. The surveys are an evaluation or a self-help checklist for neighborhoods and businesses and the community. And then there's surveys that are incorporated in that, just to kind of let us know as staff if we're heading in the right direction.
Well, I think it's a fantastic tool, and it has a lot of potential to make our community a lot safer. I'm wondering, I know that Councilmember Sandin can attest to this as well. We get approached often, and probably other council members in the same way, by groups in the community that want to do something to improve the city. And if we could use a tool like this, say, for example, to partner with community organizations or church groups to have like a SEPTED day, for example, where we go and go identify places in the community using the survey that you're developed, and go out for those folks who don't have the means by which to make their land or their property safer, or their streets safer for kids to play in because there's overgrown brush. I know Director Tuttle is also working with community groups to help identify locations where members of the community can go out and serve and assist those folks who need help. But it seems like there would be a great amount of potential for us to utilize a tool like this and get it widely disseminated in the community. And so thank you so much for getting this off the ground.
Thank you very much.
All right, actually, I want to go back to, thanks, Bill. I want to go back to item 4, which is consideration of the Treasurer's Quarterly Financial Report on the city's investment portfolio for the period ending June 30th, 2017. No question, no question, Paul. I just want to, and I've been on the council for, a little bit. This is a really, really outstanding presentation of a complicated topic. for those, except for Mr. Ledesma, for everyone else, this is always been a challenge from day one to really understand the investment portfolio of the city in a meaningful way. And I just found this was both rich with all the detailed information that was necessary, but also very, very, very well conveyed in terms of its communication, comprehensibility, and understanding what the choices and the policy questions were, as well as the decisions that are made. So kudos to Paul and the team on that one. Okay, and item 10 is consideration and award of contract for the construction of Bright Park Phase 2 improvements and related actions. I also don't have a question on this one, just to point out, publicly what we're doing here, which is a very significant project, but also just, it's a very significant appropriation of funds from the Measure K account. And I think for many years, the council has said this Bright Park is one of the city's top park priorities, and that we were looking for the right moments, the right opportunities, and we were prepared to put the resources that we had onto the table, and this is an example of that occurring in a big way with the allocation of essentially all of the remaining Measure K dollars, which so a very significant amount of general city dollars that are available to the entire community, not the groupie settlement, but general city dollars that are available across the city are being directed to the park, and so. Just to highlight and to thank the council for their continued attention on this one. That reminds me to return to item 9, which is on the same park, different project, which is item 9 is consideration and award of contract to purchase and install shade structures for the Bright Park play equipment. And Mr. Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions. I saw the photograph that was depicted at the end of item 9, and I'm wondering, is this how we expect that the 3 shade structures will look at the
Yes.
park? Okay, are they fabric?
Yes.
Okay, and what, are they intended to be permanently there, or just there until the trees grow and provide shade on their own?
They'll be there permanently. If the trees grow and provide enough shade, I can see down the line that we remove them.
I didn't see a lot of information as to how long the shade structures are do they have a shelf life of a particular amount of years?
Yeah, I believe they're 20 years, and then if there's vandalism, they'll get tears, and they actually sell patches that you can sew on them. We've had issues with smaller canopies that are lower, where next to barbecue areas where they've actually been caught on fire by people throwing charcoal up there.
I see.
But
Will there be shade over the bench areas where parents say we'll be sitting down watching their children play?
there won't, but with Phase 2 improvements, we're going to have a covered picnic area just to the right of the playground.
Okay. I know that was a big deal. I mean, being a parent myself, sitting there and waiting for my children to hurry up and play because the sun's beating down on you. So do you have any specs as to how high above the highest point the shade structure will be?
I don't, but I believe it's on the edges. It's 10 to 12 feet. I'm not sure what the center height is.
And the other bids that came in, did they also have fabric structures, or were they made of other materials?
They were all fabric structures.
Last question. I know I said I had a couple, but you got me on a roll now. Will it be this particular color? Or?
No, we haven't selected the colors yet.
Okay.
We have quite a few colors to select from, and we're going to try to match it as best we can with the Phase 2 improvements and the color of the existing equipment now.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. And thanks to the department. I mean, we just appropriated these funds in the budget. It wasn't in the proposed budget that came before the council, and the department and staff and other departments have mobilized quickly in order to deliver the project. So thanks for the speedy work on that. Item 11 is consideration of agreement with Pros Consulting to complete the Parks and Open Space Master Plan update and related recreation planning and design services. Okay, I like this one, but this one's, now I don't have just thank you comments on this one.
Okay.
So, I mean, you know the issue we've raised, I think, every time this item has come up in, in the RFP and the scoping and everything, which is we are always asking people the same stuff over and over through the general plan update, through the last parks update. So we go do an entire comprehensive public outreach. What do you really want? What would you use? Whatever. For the next 20 years, we build 3 of those projects, and then we come back, a little bit later and say, Now, what would you like? What would you envision? What would you like? And we have done hardly any of the last plan because we have zero money in the Parks Fund. And what we really, really want in this plan is an execution and implementation plan. How are we going to deliver on what we already have been told and what we know from the community needs to get done? So I think we've been. I know you've heard this from us repeatedly on this, and I just have to. Maybe you can help me, but my impression from the proposal is it's extremely heavy on the community assessment, the public outreach, all this, and all the examples are, and all the relevant projects and the proprietary outreach model and everything is all designed for folks who are doing parks master plans like de novo or, in a real way. And then the planning is not the emphasis here. The execution is the emphasis here. So even on things like on the budget, for example, there's as much money being spent on public outreach as there is on the action plan and the master plan development, which is what we really want. And so I'm just curious if you can give some sense, because I'm not really comfortable with this amount of time and energy and dollars being spent to ask the same things again by just a different consultant.
Yes. The evaluation panel was an interdepartmental panel that spent a lot of time talking about this because we knew what the objectives and the goals for the city were to really focus on work that's already been done, to not reinvent the wheel, and to have a data-driven process. And so although the proposals feel a little generic, when we interviewed the consultant firms, PROS had a very effective methodology for collecting the data that we need to make decisions. And so there are some standard types of processes built in here, like there are some public meetings.
25. No, literally, I mean, that's what it says, 25 of them.
There will be an advisory team established to help guide the consultant in the process, and we have the ability to refine that. These were bookends that they provided, but they have a process that provides a very focused engagement to collect the information that we need to help prioritize, make recommendations. So we actually felt really excited about the PROS process because they have many examples, and when we checked some of their past projects, they've been very, very effective at focusing discussions where the discussions are needed to make decisions. And a lot of the analysis or the evaluation that's done early on in the process is just about figuring out any unmet needs in the community, the opportunities for us to really specialize the work done to fit our needs in the community, looking at the statistically valid surveys, still kind of the golden standard for park master plan updates. All jurisdictions still continue to use that just to have that one component to support some of the data and the recommendations. But the open-ended electronic survey, if we find that we need a little more information in certain areas for programming or facility needs into the future, the open-ended survey work can help with that. And caught in the act surveys are very effective for understanding why people are using spaces, what might get them to use the spaces more, and needs assessments for future facility improvements and programming. So we have the ability to refine that as we move forward with this consultant team. But they have a very successful track record of creating a straightforward, effective, and efficient process. And the evaluation panel felt really good about that.
All right, I can't support the item in this form. I'm trying to convey a consistent message around public engagement in ways that are not, for a couple of reasons. One is we're borrowing money essentially ahead of the Parks Fund in order to do this. So these are fun, and every dollar we spend doing something that we've already done is a dollar we cannot spend actually making the thing. It's the soccer field that doesn't happen. It's the acre that doesn't get purchased. So it's not for free, and it was not one of our priorities to do in this sense. So the things like Caught in the Act, I think those are telling us about behavior and its revealed preferences and what have you. But the industry standard in civic engagement around parks, frankly, sucks. It's just, so, I mean, the fact that we keep doing it So we're trying to identify even more needs, when we cannot fund even the top, 15% of the needs that we already know we have. So we keep asking, saying, okay, now what do you want? And give us one more thing. As though it's going to rise to the very top of the list, like we never possibly could have discovered that before, from the last Parks Master Plan, from the general plan update, from 5 people walking around, knocking on every single door, going to the parks themselves, enrolling their own kids in after-school parties. Like, we have no other, this is the only way that we would ever know what's going on in our own community. And so we need to go spend money doing that. It's frustrating because we don't have the resources, and we create expectations that we cannot meet, and we reduce our ability to build the stuff that we promised that we would build. So I mean, if this were retuned, so we weren't spending so much money in that space, I mean, the rest of the proposal looks great, and there are some, like the Cotton Act piece, there are some elements in here that are public engagement that tell us information that we couldn't already, that we might not already have. But to be focusing so much on that and so little on financial analysis, funding and revenue strategies, the actual action plan development, the master planners themselves, to me, it's not responsible use of a park fund that is basically at a zero balance already. So I think what I want to do is pull it off. I need to pull it off because I couldn't vote for it in this form. But if there's other, so let me pull it from consent, but rather than come back to it. So I've already sparked some thinking. So Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson.
Yeah, I would agree with what you're saying. It seems I'm looking at the relevant experience of this company, and they've done work for a lot of organizations. And it seems like there is a baseline need that every community has, and that, they don't really need to recreate, for example, the city of Walnut Creek. I mean, there's certain attributes of a park and master plan system that pretty much every city needs. And so it's really just fine tuning that to our particular region and our particular demographics or particular location, that kind of thing. So it seems like there's already a lot of data already out there for this. And I get the feeling that this type of work is really just cut and paste from a jurisdiction, overlay West Sacramento through, and it's not really an organic process. So why not just recognize that and say, okay, we know you're going to bring in expertise from all these cities. We know you're going to have a basic structure of what this type of system generally is. Now let's look at West Sacramento and see how we can tweak that. And maybe there's some particular ways they can do that aren't, 50 million community meetings,
Right.
that type of thing. And then really focus on implementation and financing and how we're going to actually do this. And maybe stick with the core needs that we haven't met already, and then refine it from that point.
Do you think it's possible? I mean, if you had another 2 weeks to go back and look at some of the, the 100K plus that's in here for outreach and needs assessment, and see if we might be able to find something less resource intensive in that space, or just to avoid
We can certainly do that. I know there were a lot of focus group and stakeholder interviews factored in there to have more intimate discussions about partnership opportunities and programming and organized sports. And so we can look at that. We can try to streamline it a little bit more and focus on less of the public meeting formats and more of the more focused data collection components.
All right. Is there objection to doing that? Councilmember Sandine?
Yeah, I have to say I feel a little responsible because we gave a green light to go out for an RFP back in April. So this is responding to that. So I'm just trying to take this along because I didn't have the concerns to pull it. But if there are, and there's a path ahead that we can move. And I have heard the conversations from my colleagues about wanting to focus on an action plan and implementation. I recall that discussion, so I'm just trying to figure out the proper path forward at this point.
Well, I know when we spoke with pros about the process, they do spend a lot of time up front. Part of it is in the data collection and the engagement process that feeds into the analysis. So what you're seeing is, well, there is a little bit more funding in the the community engagement piece, you're collecting information that feeds into the action plan, and it makes the action plans and the prioritization process much more efficient later on. So they spend a lot of time upfront collecting information. Some of it we already have, they know what we have that's available, but they identify what's missing, focus on that, and then are very efficient at being able to put together the prioritization recommendations and the action plans.
Yeah, I think the fundamental disagreement I have is that there's something unique about parks that requires all that engagement in the first place. We don't do this with roads. You know, when we do, the Public Works Department gets some money to do the road program, and we know people have opinions about about roads, many more than they have about parks, actually. But we have a system for that, right? We have a prioritization system that's based on a set of criteria. And in this domain, and that's why the industry standard I have some challenges with, it's like it's all mystical. And we couldn't possibly know unless we do a bunch of workshops and outreach. And I just, to like bring it down, if this is how we handled Bright Park, if every year we did let's do more outreach. What do you want to see in Bright Park? And what I want to see in Bright Park is what I told you last year I wanted to see in Bright Park. Would you please, city, just go build it, or build something? Give me my second choice, but just give me something. And we corrode public confidence in government by always asking what you want and not building it. So enough diatribe, but I mean, if y'all could take a look at it from that lens, I'm not asking you to go pick a different contractor, but to kind of bring that perspective to the table that we've expressed at prior meetings at each of the stages along. But I mean, it's not banning engagement. That's not what I'm suggesting. But really, it should not be as significant a component of this as it is today, because we need to figure out how we're going to pay for this stuff and build it. Okay, thanks. So we'll remove item 11 from consent and continue it to a future meeting. Right. Item 12 is the consideration of the second quarter report on 20th century policing. This is a great work. I just wanted to observe, I know this has been a priority, and there's an addition of a whole new data layer around race and ethnicity that was added at the council's direction last time, and this report keeps getting deeper and better and better. Hopefully we'll get access to more graphics too. There's a lot in there in terms of what's happening, but really appreciate the work of the department, both on the data and on the description of some of the programs and policies and efforts that are ongoing in the department to improve. It's not just about the reporting the data, but it's also about achieving the policy objectives that the data is an indicator of. Mr. Ledesma.
Yeah, and just on that note, for the update as well on the body cameras that we have received and kind of the status report, because that's something we talked about some time ago, so I appreciate having that update as well. So thank you.
And our sergeant, the body camera model.
Yeah.
Right.
Here he is. Look at
All right, so with that, if there are no further questions or comments on consent, is there a motion on consent minus item 11?
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Orozco, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Brings us to our time-set agenda. Item 19 is public hearing consideration of Resolution 17-48, certifying inclusion of delinquent charges and penalties for water, sewer, and refuse services on the secured tax roll in the same manner as the general taxes, and directing that a lien also be placed on the subject properties.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Claire Connor from the Administrative Services Department. Administrative Services Department is currently providing all utility-related billing, collection, and customer services. At the end of each fiscal year, we rely on the annual transfer of the delinquent amount to the property tax bill for collection. The process began in June by mailing notice to all customers that have a delinquent May balance of at least $175. These notices encourage the property owners to pay or contact us for questions. The final step is to hold this public hearing to request council's approval of transferring the final delinquent account list to the 17-18 property tax roll. And we will continue accepting payments through July 28th, and the final list will be generated in early August. Staff in the revenue collection unit will make sure the final delinquent list submitted to the county is prepared accurately. With that, I would like to return this item back to you for public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Connor at this time? Right, seeing none, we're We're going to open the public hearing on item 19. We don't have any requests to speak, but because of the public hearing, does anyone wish to address the council on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and return to the council for any further questions, discussion, or for a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson and seconded by Councilmember Sandin. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. Item 20 is public hearing and consideration of Resolution 17-50, certifying the list of past due code enforcement charges, directing that a lien be placed on the subject properties, and requesting inclusion of these charges on the secure tax roll in order that they may be collected in the same manner as general taxes. Mr. Burke.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The list in front of you as Exhibit A is basically a list of 7 properties that all have outstanding code enforcement fees. This list basically represents properties with fees that are over 30 days past due prior to the end of May. Code enforcement does send out monthly invoices for all of these fees, and once we do the cutoff at the end of May, we follow up with 2 additional letters that basically advise that these fees will be sent to tax lien, and it also offers property owners an opportunity to contest the fees or at least question the fees. Basically, the fees remain due. Every one of the properties on that list have gone to hearing. We will check again prior to the rolling it to the tax lien. But with that, I would gladly answer any questions, and I'll turn this over to you for public hearing.
All right, thank you, Mr. Burke. Are there any questions at this time?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, then we'll open the public hearing on item 20. Does anyone wish to address the council on this item? Seeing none, then we'll close the public hearing. Any further questions, comment, or motion?
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Ledesma, seconded by Ms. Orozco. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. Item 21 is public hearing and consideration of Resolution 17-37, certifying the list of weed abatement charges, directing that a lien be placed on the subject properties, and requesting inclusion of these charges on the secure tax roll in order that they may be collected in the same manner as general taxes. Fire Marshal Johnson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As directed by Resolution 1736, which began the 2017 weed abatement process, the fire department noticed property owners whose properties had a weed nuisance creating a fire hazard. We have since abated those properties, and a list of charges has been created, including a 20% special assessment. It is respectfully recommended that the City Council open a public hearing to receive public comment on those charges. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions at this time? All right, thank you. Then with that, we'll open the public hearing on item 21. Does anyone wish to address the council on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, return to the council for any further discussion, questions, or action. Motion?
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Ledesma and seconded by Ms. Roscoe. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 22 is a public hearing and consideration of Resolution 17-54, vacating a public utility easement reserved during abandonment of Tower Court.
Good evening, Mayor, council members.
Jacobson? I think that is now, that's set for like a fire chief or something like that, so.
Basketball player.
Good evening. Tonight, staff is recommending that council conduct the public hearing and take public comments on Resolution 1754, abandoning the public utility easement located in the old Tower Court right-of-way. This public utility easement was reserved by the city in Resolution 9882, which vacated the Tower Court right-of-way. The utility easement and the utility facilities occupying the easement are in conflict with the new 7th Street construction and must be realigned into the new roadway. The utilities entered Tower Court right-of-way under franchise agreement. There's been a written comment received from PG&E subsequent to the posting of the agenda, which has been distributed to the council members. Council delegated authority to the city manager in item 8 at the June 28th meeting to execute licenses with the utilities, allowing them to remain in place until the construction is at a point where the facilities can be relocated into the new joint trench constructed by the city in West Capitol Avenue and 7th Street. There's no harm to the utilities associated with approval of this resolution. Staff is recommending that council adopt Resolution 1754 to vacate the public utility easement for the reasons of public necessity stated in the resolution. And with that, I'll turn it back over to council to open the hearing.
All right, are there any questions for Ms. Jacobson at this time? All right, thank you. Then we'll open the public hearing on item 22. Does anyone wish to address the council on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and return it to the council. Return to the council for the questions, discussion, or motion. How about this side? Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson?
Yeah, maybe. I just, we did receive this comment from PG&E, and I just want to be clear as to what, what the effect of this will be. I know there's some legal authority that they're citing. I haven't had a chance to read through this and analyze it fully, but what are the risks involved with taking this action?
And please, Mr. City Attorney, if you believe at any time that we need to recess to closed session to deal with this particular matter.
I think in open session, I would be comfortable saying we have reviewed PG&E's contentions. These are not new. We have addressed them. We don't believe that they are persuasive from our perspective. As Ms. Jacobson indicated, your previous action in June was to authorize the manager to enter into license agreements, which would effectively give the utilities the same right that they enjoy right now. So we don't see this as an action that would harm them. There is a disagreement, so I will acknowledge that, but we're comfortable moving ahead.
Okay. All right.
All right, so we're ready for a motion?
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Ooh, it's a cross-table motion. Okay, so it's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson and seconded by Councilmember Ledesma. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. Item 23 is a public hearing to consider Resolution 17-52, adopting the 2017-18 Annual Action Plan for the Community Development Block Grant Program. Ms. Collis.
Good evening. We come to you this evening to request that the City Council conduct a public hearing to receive citizen comments on the proposed Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan for 2016-17 fiscal year. CDBG, as it is known, is funding that the city receives annually from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, known as HUD. The CDBG program, I'm sorry, Chris, do you have the slides? The CDBG program was created by HUD many years ago to support the viability of urban communities through the provision of affordable housing, suitable living environments, and the expansion of economic opportunities for our low and moderate income residents and neighborhoods. Can you advance? Yeah. All CDBG-funded activities must accomplish at least one of the three national objectives. The primary objective is, number one, to benefit low and moderate income persons. And the other two objectives are elimination of conditions contributing to slum and blight, or urgent need, which under CDBG are unanticipated needs, such as earthquakes or floods. CDBG is a very flexible funding source, and HUD allows jurisdictions a wide range of authority over how CDBG funds are used. It can be used for many different types of activities as long as they meet one of the national objectives. A number of different types of affordable housing, housing rehabilitation, public infrastructure, business loans for job creation that creates jobs for low-income persons. Also, a myriad of public services are eligible, although the public service funding is strictly limited to 15%. So the vast majority of these projects are capital projects that are funded. In past years, the city was too small to receive CDBG funds directly from HUD. We had to apply to the state through competitive grant applications. As of last year, July 1st, 2016, we became an entitlement city and are now a direct HUD recipient. and as required by the entitlement program, the city adopted a 5-year consolidated plan outlining goals for CDBG funding. The current consolidated plan is for years 2016 through 2020, and the goals in that plan are, number 1, to reduce the incidence and impact of homelessness, number 2, to achieve goals in the HUD-funded Washington Realized Strategy completed recently, a couple of years ago, number 3, to strengthen economic opportunity for our lower-income residents, and finally, to affirmatively further fair housing compliance within the city. In the first year of the 5-year consolidated plan, which was fiscal year 2016-17 that just ended, all of our funds were allocated to a project that will create ADA and safety and flood control improvements to the Riverwalk Park Trail, the section north of the I Street Bridge up to the Broderick Boat Ramp. This project was identified as a high priority for residents of the Washington neighborhood in many community meetings conducted during the development of the Washington Realized Strategy. This funding, the annual action plan before you is for funding received during the second year of the 5-year consolidated plan. And as proposed, the bulk of CDBG funds, $446,077, would be allocated to the acquisition of property for the development of at least 20 units of housing suitable for persons experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness in our community. Although that says 20 units, it's very likely that any project would be more, significantly more, probably more like 60 or 70 units, just because that's what it takes to make a project pencil out so that you can go for tax credits, which is where the big money is. But if we limit our CDBG funds to only funding 20 units, then that allows us to go after other funding directed towards other units that would have other requirements. Every funding source has different requirements. So that would limit the requirements on, if we have 60 units, on the other 40. Timing for this type of project is particularly advantageous right now because despite efforts to improve services throughout Yolo County, including the city's hiring of its own homeless coordinator, we have a mental health services coordinator designated specifically for West Sacramento now. Yolo County is working on a coordinated entry program that will allow homeless people to access a myriad of services by applying through one program or one service provider. One of the most difficult obstacles that we've found to overcome is simply a lack of housing that is both affordable to persons who are homeless or recently homeless and will accept people who are homeless and may be struggling with obstacles to housing such as almost no income, mental health issues, substance abuse issues. So the funds, as proposed, would be used to leverage approximately $3 million of private funding currently available from private foundations, Sutter Health and the Partnership Health Plan. They are funding projects to reduce homelessness, and both of them are geared towards a housing first model, which is place people directly from homelessness into permanent housing rather than the emergency shelter type model. CDBG and private funds then together could be used as match for other competitive funding applications like the new State of California No Place Like Home program, which provides funding focused for chronically homeless persons with mental health issues. Woodland, the cities of Woodland and Davis also have similar housing projects underway for chronically homeless, a little bit smaller than what we're probably looking at. But we would be a part of that collective. We wouldn't be dealing with chronically homeless all on our own. We would be a part of a county-wide effort. With all these funding sources secured, it's likely that a project would score pretty well for low-income housing tax credits, so that could provide the rest of the funding, hopefully. Yolo County Department of Health and Human Services has expressed interest in providing health care and mental health services that would be needed for residents in a permanent supportive housing environment. In addition to the property acquisition project, funds are also recommended for fair housing services and for general administration and planning for the CDBG program. Planning this year will include participation in a Sacramento region-wide assessment of fair housing as required under current HUD guidelines. The Economic Development and Housing Commission discussed the proposed annual action plan during 3 meetings since last January. And at the July 19th meeting last week, the commission voted to recommend that the council adopt the proposed annual action plan. Member agencies of the Yolo County Homeless and Poverty Action Coalition have also voiced their support for the plan. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions the council may have.
All right, are there questions for Ms. Calls at this time? All right, then we're going to conduct the public hearing on this item. We'll open the public hearing. Does anyone wish to address the council on item 23? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Is there further questions or discussion on this item? Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm supportive of this, of the plan and that you've outlined, Luis, on this. I'm glad to see that apparently CDBG is getting bipartisan support in terms of this administration. It looks like it's a popular program throughout the country. So it's good that we're able to augment these funds to build the project. And I know Davis, at the 10-year plan meeting, we discussed Davis project, and it's so basically it's a 4-story unit. Bottom floor is services, and the top 2 floors are 350 square foot apartments with common areas. And so it's kind of like a tiny house, only vertically. And Yolo Housing, I think, is involved with that. So there's a number of different partners that I think can come to bear on a type of project like that we're talking about in West Sacramento. We really don't have the details of it yet. But, I mean, certainly these funds are going to help. And I agree that you get up in the 60 or 70 unit range, then you have tax credit participation. And, of course, Yolo Housing, or West Sacramento Housing Development Corporation has done quite a few tax credit projects as well. So I think this is a good thing.
Councilmember Sandin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And given the discussion that we had at the City County 2x2 this morning, and that identified, we're looking at all the homeless services and clearly identified need for permanent supportive housing, I think this is moves us forward, and particularly the leveraging piece for me. I know that that's important, and that's how we get a lot done here. So I think being able to see that and hear from you, Ms. Callis, a little bit more about that tonight is incredibly helpful.
Yeah, we don't know from hospitals in the region who was the 50,000th resident of the city, but whoever you are, whatever baby was born that put us at the 50,000 mark, thank you. And thanks to Louise and to Aaron, Laurel, and the team for this. This made me very, very happy, this report, compared to how CDBG has always been a very important source of funds in our community in order to maintain social equity and have all boats rise together and attack some of the toughest issues around poverty and social inequities that we've had. And we've been very successful with it. Our team, for 3 decades has been very, very adept. And our community partners have been great working with us, and we've been hugely competitive for the CDBG funds through the state application process. But when we became an entitlement, but we would often have to apply for things because Louise would come here and tell us, well, there's this one lady at the HCD at the state, and she really doesn't like this kind of thing, or the states just change the things. You get more points if you do this windshield survey than if you do this thing that we really want. And so we were competing, and we were doing good things in the community, but they weren't always the most important things or the best leveraging opportunities, because we were trying to match up with some state agencies' funding, extra funding criteria and their rules and their reviewers. And so the ability for us now to write our own destiny is really powerful, and you can see that throughout the plan. And its relationship so that all the goals in the plan are now our top priorities that, in terms of how we would expend these dollars, and tightly aligned with our strategic plan, with all the other investments that we're making and that we're trying to leverage with some of the toughest problems and some of the greatest opportunities in the community. And so the linkages with what we're doing with the county, with Washington Realized, with the Kids Home Run, just over and over and over again. This is and of course our homeless strategy. This plan reinforces and supports that work in ways that really accelerate our resources rather than distract us as they sometimes have in the past. And so I really wanted to acknowledge Aaron Laurel and Louise and their colleagues for a really solid plan that finally brings CDBG into the family of the highest payoff tools and the highest leverage tools that we need, given the limited resources that we have and the great needs and the opportunities that are in front of us. And I'm really excited about some of the specific elements here and what they will accomplish, as well as allowing us to continue to be a good partner with our colleagues in the county and in both the county government and in the other jurisdictions in the county too. I did have one question, and that's on the microenterprise small business development program. Because I didn't see anything in the background document, just in the staff summary document. It says continue that program through October 31st when state funding expires. So would our funding through our CDBG funds last through October 31st, or would we be picking up the program on November 1st once the state funding ends?
The state funding expires in October 31st, so the program is funded through that point. We are not, under this proposed plan, we are not proposing to continue with CDBG funds. We've actually had a number of discussions amongst staff and also with our service provider about the restrictions that CDBG places on the microenterprise program, and we would like to possibly consider some other funding source, because with CDBG, first of all, the business owner has to be under the low-income limit, which is pretty reasonable. Secondly, the business can have no more than 5 employees, including the business owner or his family members if he works there. So that really restricts the people that you can serve. And third, the owner has to live within the city, and the business has to be located within the city. So sometimes we have people who live in West Sacramento, but they have a business right across the bridge, or people that live in the Sacramento County, but they have a small business in West Sacramento. We can't serve them. So that was our thought, was that CDBG funds were great to use when we were able to apply for them from the state, and like you said, we were going after funds because they were competitive and not necessarily because they were the top priority. But they're difficult to work with for microenterprise.
Right. Thank you for that. And I also thought that the anchoring of this work in Washington Realized and previously the Bright Broderick visioning work, kind of to harken back to the parks discussion we had earlier, that those where we invite everybody to come together in a neighborhood or in a community, come and say and envision the total place. We don't just ask them to come together and ask them about just roads or just bicycling or just homelessness, but the whole place, how it ought to emerge, and then sticking to that vision that they've articulated, and so having Washington Realized, which was a major planning effort and is driving a lot of our infrastructure investments, having that continue to be the center line for much of what's in this report with respect to Grand Gateway and plus the stuff on Sycamore, plus the work on homelessness, I think is testament to kind of how civic engagement can be done well and consistently and keeps faith with the folks that spend their time doing it. So thank you. We did all the necessary things too, all the required public hearings and meetings as well that the federal government requires, but to really to anchor in the visioning documents and the work that's already been done by community members to build out their sense of what their whole community should look like. Mr. Ledesma.
Yeah, I just had one comment. I'm glad you brought up the microenterprise, because there's a question I had whether or not, how we would continue that, because I know it's always been in our menu of services we would provide, and for all the reasons you just articulated, because it scored well. But I would urge you to continue looking at other alternatives to continue some program, because either private sector partners and even federal government through the SBA or through state entities, they might be able to bring other resources to us, because there's a real big emphasis on that. I know from my private sector life. There's a big emphasis on how we can better support communities through initiatives like that. So continue looking, and if I can offer some guidance even outside of this realm, I'd be happy to. So those are important programs. I know we've seen what you've done in the past by bringing in those folks. It's an important service.
Yeah, I wish I knew off the top of my head how many people have gone through the program, but probably, I'd say about 200. More than half of those are Spanish-speaking, because we were doing classes in Spanish and classes in English, and the Spanish classes were usually more well-attended. So it's been very well used, but at the same time, very limited. There's more people that we could have been serving had we had a more flexible funding
And there's
source.
lots of funding going out, again, through various sources to CDFIs and others who are now going out and trying to provide these services. So it's just, that might be something we might want to look into as another method that we can leverage a little bit, those types of areas.
And I've wanted to make sure that I clarified one thing, if I may.
Tax credits,
Tax credits?
tax credit financing.
No, I'd be happy to discuss that if you'd like, but just the proposed project is not set in stone. We're working on that, but the city, of course, is not a housing developer, so we have to have a developer willing to take this on. And so that's not set in stone, but if we put our money up first, it makes it a little bit easier for someone else to take up that flag and carry it.
All right, any other further questions or comments? Is there a motion? Councilmember Sandin moves the resolution. Seconded by Councilmember Orozco. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. Item is adopted. Item 24 is unless there's objection, I had a request by the Mayor Pro Tem to move item 27, take it, unless there's objection by someone other than Charlene Hamilton or Dennis Zambia, to take item 27 up next, and then move to item 24 through 26. There's no objection, then that will be the order, and we'll take item 27 up now. Item 27 is consideration of request for approval of West Sacramento's first age-friendly action plan. Mr. Robinson.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to present the City of West Sacramento's first age-friendly action plan. The origin of the age-friendly action plan really lies in the fact that in West Sacramento, as in California, the United States, and really around the whole industrialized world, people are living longer and healthier lives. And this is causing cities and other jurisdictions to make adjustments to address the needs of their older residents, because as we age, our needs do change, and jurisdictions that fail to pay attention to that risk losing support from one of their most important constituencies, which is their older residents. The council in 2015 recognized this trend, and you embarked upon a process of joining the city up with the AARP network of age-friendly communities. And this is an affiliate of the World Health Organization's Age-Friendly and Communities program. It's basically a program whereby cities or other jurisdictions make an overt commitment to work towards better meeting the needs of their older residents. And one of the underlying principles there is that in so doing, you're meeting the needs of residents of all ages. The plan, one of the expectations of members of the network of age-friendly communities is the preparation of a plan that articulates how the city specifically is going to endeavor to improve the lives of their older residents. And the plan that you come up with is expected to address at least some of the World Health Organization's 8 domains of livability, which I won't list them all, but they include outdoor spaces and buildings, transportation, housing. Essentially, almost anything you can think of that would benefit older residents can be housed in one of the categories of that list. So the network of age-friendly communities has over 100 affiliates nationwide. Includes New York, Boston, San Francisco, Kansas City, a lot of really large, prominent, forward-thinking cities. City of West Sacramento was one of the first cities to join in California. And the process to become a member and to stay a member is not easy. It's a 5-year cycle initially. You have 2 years to develop your plan, so we're at the end of that 2-year phase now. And then there's a 3-year execution cycle where you try and implement the items in your plan, and then you need to re-engage and, re-up your plan, update it, and start again. So it's really important to emphasize that what the council's undertaking here isn't a one-off kind of project that's just going to stop. It's really taking a step forward into a process that's going to continue into the future to the extent the council wishes to continue as a member of the committee. So the City Council, to move the project forward, established an age-friendly advisory committee that was chaired by Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson and Councilmember Sandin, and it included one representative from each of the city's advisory commissions. And this was a really innovative approach. To my knowledge, there's no other jurisdiction that's ever used this approach, and it really had some beneficial effects that I'll discuss later in the report. The advisory committee directed staff to undertake a really robust public outreach process to help assure that the action plan would be fact-based and that it would be driven by input from actual older adults in West Sacramento rather than staff speculation about what they might need. So we got a really good head start on our outreach effort from AARP because they volunteered to produce for us a statistically valid mail survey of the entire community. So they had a sample size of 400 people over age 45, and that was really, really helpful because it provided a statistically valid baseline that we could extrapolate to the entire population, and we used that to inform a lot of the other more anecdotal kinds of efforts that we did. And those included a web survey. We did a call-in phone survey that we advertised with a utility bill insert that was in 3 different languages, and that was to reach out to folks that might not have computer access and might not have been as likely to respond to the mail survey. We also did a hand-delivered survey that was placed on the lunches of Meals on Wheels recipients, and their volunteers retrieved those. And one of the interesting things from these outreach methods was that it really underscored the fact that the senior population or the older adult population in West Sacramento is not just one big monolithic voting block. I mean, every time we did a different kind of outreach, we realized that specific group had different priorities and different needs, and that may have been something that would have been obvious to the council, but it was kind of a revelation to us. So in addition to those things, we had 2 town hall meetings, one at Margaret McDowell Manor and one at the Bright Cafe, in addition to 11 advisory committee meetings and 6 advisory commission meetings of the full advisory commissions from which the committee members came. So depending on the extent to which participants might have received both a survey and then gone to a meeting or in other ways participated more than once, we got between 400 and 700 West Sacramento residents to participate in this process, which really makes it one of the more inclusive outreach efforts that's been undertaken at the city. The advisory committee took that input and synthesized it into the plan that you have attached to your report there, which contains 20 recommendations for improving the city's livability for its older residents. I won't try and summarize each recommendation, but basically they're organized into 3 categories, and this was the committee's idea. The first is connectivity, which includes both physical mobility and communications. So some examples there's an item related to the Bike Bed Trails Master Plan, to the Mobility Action Plan, which you have an item on later in this agenda, and to a printed newsletter that we're going to go back to producing, subject to your approval, for targeting older residents in the community. The second category is public safety. So we've got items related to Coffee with a Cop, the Volunteers in Policing program, and also a cooperative program between the fire department and the Red Cross to help provide smoke alarms to residents, including older residents. And then the last category is quality of life, which includes kind of everything else, but includes housing, health, neighborhood quality. So we've got items related to affordable housing, aging in place, code enforcement, and neighborhood quality, so neighborhood cleanups. And there's other projects as well. Each of the categories has multiple projects in it, as I mentioned, and each one of the projects reflects actions that relate to usually more than one of the World Health Organization domains, and those are listed with little icons in the plan to help track that. One of the themes that staff heard over and over again during the outreach process was a sense of appreciation from community members that the council was paying this kind of overt attention to their needs. So there was a genuine sense of appreciation there, but also we got admonished on more than one occasion to make sure that this plan doesn't just sit on a shelf somewhere, that it lives up to its name and it becomes an action plan, not a shelf-sitting plan. So The advisory committee was also really emphatic on that point, so several aspects were built into the plan to help promote its usability as a tool, both to list out the actions that need to be done, but also to kind of promote the implementation of those actions. And one of them, and this was another committee idea, was for each implementation item, there's a little section at the top that kind of indicates the provenance of that item, so which survey or which outreach method the idea for that item came from. And the concept there is that folks who participated in our outreach programs should be able to look at the plan and feel a sense of ownership. Like I participated in that survey, and look, the survey, that's an idea from the survey that I participated in, or the meeting that I went to. So hopefully that helps create a sense of community ownership around the plan. Also, each item contains really specific implementation actions, which have a lead department and a time frame and a metric. That's another committee direction to really, make staff accountable for doing the things that are in the plan. And then to kind of amplify that, we took the implementation items, the individual subtasks, and they were originally listed out in the plan by project. So if you wanted to see, for example, all of the things that should have been done by a certain date, you would have had to essentially read the whole plan or skim through all the action items. We took those and put them in one list and ordered them chronologically. So we have kind of a tool there. We call it an accountability matrix, but it's essentially a checklist that members of the community or the council can use to just kind of follow down and keep staff on our toes in terms of our implementation of these items. So ultimately, while certain aspects of it will look like a to-do list or a project list, the benefits of the age-friendly action plan really supersede the projects themselves, because one of the most important elements of the plan is the awareness that it brings, from the community standpoint, from the staff standpoint, even from, the commissioner's standpoint, to the issue of age friendliness. And in that regard, I think the wisdom of the council's approach with regard to the advisory committee is pretty obvious. In conversations with different commission members, representatives from each commission have had the opportunity now through 11 meetings to take a pretty deep dive into these issues, and they go back to their respective committees, all of them, I think, with a newfound appreciation for these issues. And I think we'll see that knowledge and those insights kind of flavoring the recommendations that you all see at the council level. So to summarize our recommendation, we're asking that the council approve the age-friendly action plan in the form that's shown in your report, authorize staff to incorporate any edits that AARP might require, because there is an approval process. Once the council has approved the plan, we send it to AARP, and they also have to review it. And then we're also asking, and this is an advisory committee idea, that you direct staff to return with annual progress updates, so that we don't just come back in 3 years and tell you, but at least each year, and you could certainly direct us more frequently to come back and give you updates on how we're doing with the plan. Before I conclude, I'd like to note the great partnership that we got from AARP as well as from BBCAN. The AARP volunteers are here. Some of them are the same people as the BBCAN volunteers. They're all amazing. Julie Bates, our representative from the AARP staff, had an unexpected event and wasn't able to be here, but they were super partners throughout this. So with that, having acknowledged that, I'm happy to respond to any questions.
All right, I'm going to suggest actually that we not take action on this tonight. This is for those of us that aren't on the committee. This is the first time we've seen it. So typically, especially a document that will not sit on a shelf, that will guide policy and priorities for the future. We would typically workshop it first here at council, just so that we can really dig into it. I know I have a lot of questions and whatever, and so rather than just have 3 questions, vote on it, and then forget that we ever did it, I think allowing the council to maybe not spend 11 meetings like the committee did through all of its work, but to at least dive in today, and then most likely come back at a future meeting, maybe the next one, depending what the comments look like. So why don't we turn first to the 2 co-chairs of the committee, beginning with Councilmember Sandin. And first, thank you both for agreeing to lead this together with all the commissioners. It was a lot of work has been done by the committee, and I know it signaled both to the commissions, to the commission representatives, the commissions, to our own staff, and to the community that this was a major priority for 2 members of the council who are already sitting on 17 other boards and commissions to devote the amount of time to 11 daytime meetings and really dive in and to lead and to make sure that this was recognized as a key priority. Really very much appreciated throughout the community and by your colleagues. So thank you. Ms. Sandin.
Oh, thank you. And Mr. Robinson, I think, gave a wonderful overview and about all the elements. for me, I can say it actually was such a pleasure to be sitting, with members of all the commissions and to work together on a project for the city. So I have to say that was incredibly enjoying and fulfilling, and actually to get all the different perspectives and to see the leadership, folks who were attending the meetings and participating, just really heartening. I have to say that the data-driven nature of this, I think the way we were really trying to understand and also triangulate data from different not only mail surveys, but in-person interviews and telephone and other kinds of surveys, I think is incredibly powerful. But we also were iterative. If we didn't feel that we maybe had gotten to a kind of a community or something was missing, we would actually pause and seek that information. And I think then I think what you see before you, and I'm really interested in hearing the feedback from my colleagues, I think we weaved concerns across all these domains. We looked at other examples, but we really want to be, this is for West Sacramento. We kind of weaved concerns into programs and plans, and then have this process to really seek and measure to see if we're actually turning the dial. But we wanted to make sure we were hitting meaningful issues for our community. So that's really what you see before you. This came from folks in our community. And then I think our work was to guide and to probe and to poke and to ask questions and to work side by side with AARP and ask for their advice and learn from them along the way. I think this also provides us with, will provide us with a way to seek resources. We've already seen AARP's come out with some granting opportunities, even though they might be micro now. There may be other opportunities, and that we actually have this in front of us. I think we'll have other opportunities to kind of take on some of these issues, and perhaps even this grid, perhaps in some cases move some things more quickly. I made a point that this is the start really for us. We're planting the flag, but there will be other opportunities for us as we embrace this to make our community completely age-friendly in every way. So I'm really looking forward to hearing comments from my colleagues, but I think we've given you the best work that I think that we can do in the 11 meetings and gathering all the data and with all the input we have.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Joe Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this was, when we first started this was, it's like, what are we going to do with this? And as we started getting into it, we kind of found that this is more, aging was part of it, was a factor, but it was also just basically a mobility or ability issue. And it kind of sort of, the tentacles went out to every single area of West Sacramento life. Although the focus with AARP was, the aging population, all of these issues tended to come into just general quality of life in the city. And so I really commend John and his group to how he helped articulate this, or help the committee articulate. And of course, all the committee members and council member Sandine had some focus to this, but it was really, I think, a great example of synthesizing a lot of discussion into really concrete topics, and these ended up being the domains that John was talking about. But the surveys themselves we had the AARP data, and so what we found is the surveys tended to corroborate the AARP. So it wasn't necessarily that, we were looking at the individual community meetings to, this should go on the plan or that should go on the plan, although those were certainly topics. We saw that those issues were all corroborated by what AARP saw in the region that it serves. So these, and these issues started to get into other areas that we're already doing. We already have plans for example, the Mobility Action Plan, which we're going to be talking about tonight. That's in this plan, although it tends to relate to this particular population. broadband outreach is also in this plan, and we were going to be talking about that. And so there's a number of, Parks and Rec and activities, community activities, all that. So when you look at this, it's, what does it look like for someone in West Sacramento as they get older? They become maybe less able to do certain things they used to be able to do. How does that person stay in West Sacramento and continue to enjoy life to the fullest? So, and that's really what this kind of morphed into. In terms of the accountability matrix that John mentioned, which is Exhibit G, so you can, when you go through this in your review, you'll see that these are, you'll see where a lot of these ideas are already being discussed in other areas that we've talked about. And the other issue, I think, is the how this is communicated to the public. So what I think John has been able to do is come up with an infographic, and it's basically a one-sheet description of this. And it's, I think it's going to help, particularly council member and commission members, to talk to the public about this, to be able to, of course, they'll have to have understanding of the plan itself, but this will create a good set of talking points of what we are doing. And it would be, that along with the accountability matrix to provide the accountability. So I'm looking forward to council's comments on this and see where it goes from there.
All right, thank you. I'm really grateful to, as I said, to both of the two co-chairs. I've been serving on the ARP statewide livable communities team as well, and even though I'm not on the committee, I've been asked like 100 times now to present elsewhere in California and the country and the world around the work that your committee's been doing, and been very excited about it, and really appreciate just the thoroughness and the passion and the rolling up the sleeves that the committee members have done, and the amount of data that's been generated through all these different sources, including corroborating, as you say, the national work that AARP has done. I wanted to focus a couple of comments on trying to assure that it doesn't sit on the shelf. Because I think there's a set of issues in here that are sort of new, programmatic and new. Like the city should do this new thing that will either cost money or use staff time. Those are generally the least likely to just happen on the natural because we don't have new staff or new money. And so one request I would have is to get, if we're going to commit to doing the plan and we're going to hold ourselves accountable, we actually do need to know what are the implications for budget and that sort of thing, especially because this falls in a couple of departments in particular where most of the costs would be. So we just need to understand what that looks like before we're making that commitment. But I think more fundamentally, I would say is, I was trying to think about, usually these sorts of, paradoxically in some ways, these kinds of initiatives work best when they are done through the eyes of the people up to implement them with their regular daily work. If you think about, rather than saying, do this new thing, which can be important, and there's a lot of new things in here that are really valuable, but also thinking, okay, if you're the transportation engineer for the traffic engineer for the city, or you're the alternative transportation specialist, or you're a plan checker in the community development department, you have a 100% job today. And you are doing a lot of things that have significant implications for age friendliness, but they're part of your daily work, right? So the trick in government, or actually any organization, is to figure out not how to tell the traffic engineer, now do a whole new set of things, but as you are designing, each time you design a street or a sidewalk, keep these principles in mind. Or to borrow from design thinking, keep these 5 use cases in mind. And here are the principles. And so in some of the policy sections of the recommendations, not so much the programmatic ones, it will say things like, the city should when looking at roads or whatever, we should look at making sure that they benefit older residents. But in some sense, that's kicking the can down the road. So you're saying, Jason McCoy, when you're looking at the Broadway Bridge, be sure to look at older, the needs of older residents. It would be more helpful if we could tell him right now, in this report, here are some of the key parameters for what that actually means. So that as opposed to thinking that he will suddenly turn into a Commission on Aging himself, that it will help him in his regular work advance age-friendliness in a more fundamental way. And that can be advanced both by taking some of what's in the AARP source documents that you used. It's clear that they're in here, especially some of the elements around sustainable communities, and translating those directly. So as opposed to saying benefit older residents, really say what that means. The other way I think it could be useful is, and maybe AARP has already done this, is actually to do some use cases, because this idea that there is such a thing as benefiting older residents of between 60 and up is about as silly now, certainly will be as silly in the future, as saying, what would be the best policy to benefit West Sacramento's between ages 20 and 60? Well, there's residents between 20 and 60 would say, we have nothing in common with each other. We're just people at this point. And the use cases that are emerging for older adults are so radically different. Right, folks who have have zero health conditions and are climbing Mount Everest or whatever, and have a healthy pension and what have you. They have a set of needs and expectations for what it means to live in this community and to age in this community that is quite different from someone who's dealing with a set of mobility and health issues, poverty, and everything in between. And some of it's generational, some of it is based on income and what have you. So developing a set of different kinds of use cases that are kind of pictures of individuals that then a traffic engineer or a parks superintendent or someone could look at, okay, from what I'm doing right now, what would this look like through the eyes of these 4 or 5 use cases? And you kind of poo-pooed the notion of, well, we can't just have staff speculating, but you have to. I mean, we do that. We all do that all the time. The part of planning and developing any kind of these projects is speculating. That's especially true in this domain, because the pace of technological and social and demographic and public policy change is so fast that even asking today's 65-year-old what will the 65-year-old of 25 years from now, when the general plan is at its conclusion, what will they need? Well, we have their guess is as good as yours, actually, and so especially yours. So as we develop use cases, they need to be kind of in those ranges. So to me, those are as helpful as kind of just declaring that we will later on look at what will benefit older adults. And I think AARP or others have already done some work around that, because I've been on some panels with them where they have described that. So the extent to which we can put ideas, parameters, principles, design parameters and use cases in the document now, then it will be much more useful and powerful for people's daily work, which is 99% of what will affect how older adults in this city experience the community. It won't be the extra program here and there. It will be all the other stuff that the police department, the fire department, the community development department, the water department, everybody else is doing. And in addition to what you've described in terms of new programmatic initiatives. Yeah, so I think those sorts of elements would help it to come to life in terms of things that would be innovative in terms of how people are dealing with this issue. It was one of the reasons why we did the commission approach, was we wanted to give those commissioners a framework to go back to their commissions, and just report back on here's what the committee did, but also so that every time a new issue came forward, they had a new lens to look through. They might be 28 years old on the Planning Commission, but they now can say, okay, I need to look at this issue from the perspective of these, just as an example, 5 different kinds of older adults, and now let me look, does this horse trail really work, or is that street too wide? And helping decision makers and our key staff to do that, I think, is one way of making sure that this document doesn't stay on the shelf, but also charts a really powerful way of delivering on the promise of making our community as age-friendly as possible. Ms. Orozco.
Well, I actually hadn't planned on making a comment, Mr. Mayor, but since we're here, I'm new to this conversation, but over the last few years have had the opportunity to, and I've referenced this before in past comments, of walking into the community center every morning and seeing a group of folks, whether it be Willard, who walks a couple miles a day to get to the community center just to interact with other folks that he sees every day, to our knitting and crochet group who meets every week to fraternize and just create community amongst themselves and also give back. As a member of this community and someone who gets called upon by neighbors who are now, more family members than they are neighbors, because, maybe they don't have access to information. They've been getting these fraud calls, and I'm a DA, so they call me up to ask me, how do I deal with this? Is this a legitimate call? And then I'm calling these folks back, and trying to figure it out for them. Reading this is really refreshing because it really does validate a lot of my own personal anecdotal experiences. And I think about the newsletter that I assume it's our Parks Department, it puts out over at the community center. It's an aging newsletter, and it talks about all the different programs, whether it be going to Thunder Valley on a Wednesday at 10 a.m. where everybody's going, and creating community somewhere else, or if it's just whatever active aging programs we have going on, it's a start. And when I look at, the ideas of having computer classes to help folks, expand their ability to receive information, or which coincides with a newsletter to talk about when these classes are going to be, or, hey, by the way, there's a little section about how to avoid, these fraudulent calls and don't give money, and here's a presentation upcoming. These all really do, in and of themselves, create that connectivity. And I've said it before, I'd like to see the community center filled with motivated people who are, who want to go out and improve their lives. But of course, as Mr. Mayor said, there's so many different barriers that are, this community is so diverse. So anyhow, I look forward to further discussion. I want to really thank my colleagues for all your hard work. Like I said, I'm very excited about the possibilities for our city, and I look forward to participating in any way I can in supporting those forward.
Mr. Ledesma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first, I'll start with that as well. Thanks to Ms. Endine, Mr. Johannesson, for your leadership on this. I got a real kick reading this, and I'll get into that in a few minutes. But thank you for your work and leadership on this, and Mr. Mayor as well. It was hard to, as I creep to 50 and down to now a month or so to 50, and the concept of senior issues and aging issues are upon me a little bit, but it is, this was hard for me to grasp in terms of where we were going with this. And I'm really pleased with the output of this. And we're going to get into a little more detail around it. I'm glad, Mr. Mayor, you asked to make this more workshop and then maybe come back before we adopt it. But just thank you for your leadership and the staff and all the volunteers that helped with this. This is really a community effort. I'm really, it is really exciting stuff. So, and I'm going to start with a little bit of form, then a little bit of function. So by way of form, just love the approach you all took to get to this place in terms of kind of cross-pollinating with commission members and members of the community, and how you went about getting the outreach done and coming up with findings. More so with the organization of the document itself, the plan. I have some questions too about how we don't let it leave on the shelf. It's hard. You've left it very hard to do that because of the way you've organized it and the team has organized it, which I kind of applaud it, because you do put in there, as you laid out for each item, kind of what it is, what the outcome is, and metrics and who's responsible and all that good stuff. I do have a lot of questions about where we go from here, because I worry about, with so many folks involved in it and they have pieces of it, kind of the concept when everybody's in charge, no one's in charge. So you kind of want to make sure, how do we make sure, who, is it you that champions this going forward and brings back the report? I did like the idea of coming back for the annual kind of report to kind of see where we are, but it's just a kind of a conceptual thing of who continues to drive it. I agree with the mayor quite a bit that we want this to become second nature, another lens that everyone's viewing. But at the end of the day, we're kind of from a matrix perspective, we have public works and parks and everybody else that's kind of driving an agenda. And somebody needs to kind of go across it to say, these are tasks you're all working on and collectively manage. So it's kind of my question to you. Is this you?
Yeah,
Are we coming back?
that would be me. Yeah, the idea, we actually have a meeting scheduled for next week to start talking about this, but we do have, as the mayor mentioned, the staff has all their existing work, so we're cognizant of, not having the city manager's office swoop in and, start trying to dictate workloads. But we are planning a set of, regularly scheduled meetings where we would get together the staff members that individually are responsible for the components of the plan with me to talk about, where they are with their timelines and if they need more resources, different things like that, to help make sure there's kind of an internal process to keep the thing moving.
Right.
So we're not just planning to launch it and leave it.
Right, and what I'm conscious of is in looking at the 20 different tasks, there's actually not, it's multiplied 3 or 4, because each one has subtasks
Sure.
of things you're looking at.
Yeah,
So
it's closer to
actually-
100 in total.
Yeah, and so I'm conscious of the expectation we're setting, and let's just, is there contemplating in this meeting how we're going to prioritize this and what input we have? Because again, I think that's just the process that's not really apparent about how are we going to accomplish. I would like to do it all as well, but there's, as you said, the city managers, the dreaded third floor is going to come in and dictate kind of the workload,
Well,
right?
Yeah, well, there is kind of, we
No
did try
offense.
and bake in, and we may not have done it sufficiently, and we'll certainly go back
Yeah.
and look at this, but the thought was that, many of the items in here are variations on work that's already in process. So
Right.
for example, the mobility action plan is something the city's already doing, and what we're contemplating in this plan is sort of sprinkling an age-friendly flavor into that, getting some of the priorities of how to address the needs of older residents specifically built into that. So, in many instances, we're not starting from scratch with a new project, but we're taking an existing ongoing project for which resources have already been allocated and kind of adjusting that. But, still the mayor's point is well taken. There are new activities, and we would, it is certainly appropriate that we come back with a better description of where the resources for those would come.
So to kind of dig in on the more, the actual topics that are covered, and one that I'm not sure if I'm surprised, maybe AARP's data suggests the same, but I'm really pleased around item 16, 17, which are around the health and well-being of older residents. And it starts capturing concepts that we actually were part of as the city's policy agendas, or kind of the high priority stuff was around health, mental health, and ongoing support service. What's our role in this? And there's a bit of that here, which I'm really pleased about. Like how we don't have a traditional role in those services, and but in this, when we go back in the scope of 20 items, kind of health and well-being is 2. And even looking at the rankings, they were, only on the one town hall, there was ranked as a number 1 issue. So is that sort of just in the scope of what the needs that we hear from residents, kind of where?
Well, I think in a way you get into a little bit of a semantic thing anytime you go to, ask people questions about what they need, and this kind of goes to some of the mayor's thoughts on community engagement, because a lot of the answers that we got about people's priorities, say relative to mobility, we got a lot of comments about bike trails and hiking and moving around, which has a direct impact on health, but they didn't identify that as a health issue.
Right.
So the items that we've identified specifically as health issues definitely are not the only ones that pertain to the health and well-being of residents. So I think that's another way to look at it, is that there's a number of different items here that as an ancillary benefit have health outcomes associated with them.
Right, and in both 16 and 17, in terms of that, 17 being the health disparities and 16 being around the health and well-being of older residents, the town hall survey was number 1 is around affordable home health care, which is kind of the tricky subject, and we don't have a service
Right.
like that. We're not in that game, and so it's interesting that we still have 5 action items. There's sort of what can we do to explore it, and I happened to have a conversation over the weekend with a friend in the private sector who was asking sort of the same questions, and what do cities and counties do? How can they get more involved in this area because of the line of business she's in? So that would be one that I kind of, I'm interested in seeing how we pursue that, because I think it's an area, it just doesn't scream out as something that I would think is more, on a weighted basis, more prevalent among folks in our community that are aged in terms of where they're going to get their in-home care. And it's just, maybe it's a perception on my part, but it just seemed to be something that would be more prevalent. But it was, on the town hall side, it was the number one issue they were worried about. But I do like the idea of exploring partnerships with health organization or nonprofits. I think that's probably a good place to start. And then the only other area that I was really, and we are going to talk about it, is around the Mobility Action Plan, which I was really pleased that a lot of the same issues that we kind of see in general about that were picked up. I'm trying to find the pages for it, but were picked up on by them, that it screams out that because we looked at mobility needs differently than kind of what at least I've seen is, how many people are on the bus. It's just, there's still issues that people are screaming for different needs to get to different places at different times, right? Yeah. And I think that's an area that this sort of kind of validates sort of our thinking around that plan anyway.
Well, there was a particularly poignant call from the phone-in survey. A woman called and basically said, I'm trapped in my home. Yeah. I know you have these programs, but I can't get to them. I don't drive. And you just kind of hear the emotion in her voice, and it really struck home that mobility. Part of the reason I think it was so important to so many participants in this outreach process is that it's so central to so many things. If you have better mobility, you can get to the doctor more easily. You can go visit your kids more easily. You can get to the community center, visit your friends. So it overarches so many other issues. And I think that's part of the reason why it's so important.
Agreed. Well, this is really good work, and I'm looking forward to maybe expanding a couple of those areas. But just really appreciate the good work on this by staff. From both, like I said, both form and function, so thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, I think Mobility Action Plan is actually a good example of the hardest challenge of this topic area is it's hard to, I can't think of another one, I'm sure there is, but there are very few demographic groups of significant size where, especially now, especially in, right in this century, where there's such a large proportion of that group that affirmatively does not want to be considered part of that group. Yeah. Right? And the last panel I did with the president of AARP, that's exactly what she said. She said, one of our biggest challenges is that, folks, seniors or whatever, and this is true, it's been true, it's been becoming more and more true, but it's especially true among this next wave of seniors, that unless they absolutely have to, they don't want to be reminded that they're aging, they don't want to be considered seniors, and they definitely do not want a deficit approach to the communications and programs for them, where it's all about, oh my God, I've got to deal with your health and with the fact that you can't get around, and they don't want to be communicate with it, even when they have those same challenges. And so it makes it very difficult. So for folks who are not seniors or don't think of themselves as aging, they also project a pre-21st century view onto these issues. And there's a reason why senior centers, which many of them were built and expanded in 2 decades ago, started to decline rapidly in their usage. It's this exact reason. It wasn't that people wanted to hang out less; it was that they didn't want to be considered seniors, and that's not everyone. Right? So the challenge for the public sector and for the community is how do you meet the real needs and account for this diversity and recognize that for so many people, if we say, okay, for example, if we were to offer like a senior shuttle, we can be assured that's not going to meet the needs of this demographic. Because a large proportion of folks will not get on it. They won't read the email. They will not open the email. If it says, attention, aging West Sacramentans, they're not going to open that message in the first place. And in some sense, this plan has to help the 30-year-old assistant planner or the recreation leader who's 19 years old really understand that dynamic and help all of us actually do a better job of that. And so whether it's an implementation item or not, kind of a training for all of us and our colleagues and staff around how to engage this issue in a way that recognizes that without sweeping the thing under the rug, which is what a lot of folks who are aging attempt to do. And so this is it is a real hard part of that question. I do think the survey results in some sense need to be as powerful as the town halls for that exact reason. Because you announce a town hall that has the word AARP anywhere in it, and a large proportion of seniors and folks who are on their way to becoming seniors do not attend. Right, so you're getting a very particular, who you're hearing from in that instance are people who've gotten over that. They're not living under deception. They're like, no, I'm senior and proud of it. This is right, but you've got to design for the whole diversity of the senior and the aging community, and it is a challenge. So the AARP surveys help in that respect because they went to folks 45 and up. And you didn't have to declare yourself to be a senior in order to answer them. And so for the nuances there, like, okay, a key priority for mobility is actually getting to volunteer activities, right? So if you convey, we have the shuttle and it's mainly so that you can get to the food bank and you can get to your medical appointments. Oops, okay, you've just lost a whole bunch of seniors. Those are two elements that include also things that anyone else would also want to go to, whether you're a senior or not, whether, getting engaged, volunteering with the Children's Alliance or doing other things, that it's not reinforcing your greatest fear about aging. So I don't know what the answers are, but I do know that these are the challenges that we're dealing with in the age-friendly movement across the state and across the country around how to communicate, how to conceive of the issue, and how to in our own planning not think of aging as something horrible, and as something full of deficits and obstacles that was to be avoided. And sometimes we do that in policy, but to also create the opportunities to celebrate it and to where appropriate ignore the labels so that people can get the lively living that they deserve here in our community. So anyway, let me return it to the two chairs. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Johanneson's been waiting for a little bit.
Well, maybe just to augment what you're saying, that I think it's more. As you get older, I think you still want to do your same routine that you've always done, but there's some reason you have arthritis or something that prevents you from doing that. So you just need a little help to allow you to continue to what you're doing. And, I think all of us here, you're going to want to continue to do what you're doing for as long as you can do it. And to have that classification as being a senior, I think it is probably, it's a challenge. Because I think what you want to do is just kind of keep doing what you're doing, and I think mobility really is a key, because that gets into, well, if you've got some health issues, and you have the ability to allow you to continue what you're doing, but you'll need a doctor visit or something to do that. So I think it probably is a mindset change for this.
Councilmember Sandy?
I appreciate the input, and I think just some additions will get us to where we need to be. I think for us, trying to come up with these larger concepts like connectivity, public safety, quality of life, I kept mentioning to the committee, and I think Mr. Johanneson did as well, that we make West Sacramento good for every age. It was kind of like the Uber concept, although this is driving that work. I mean, the other thing that is always hard when you're coming up with a longer range plan is you're collecting data and issues for today, but you're trying to plan for something where their variables may change or things may change over time. So we were pretty cognizant of that, but also trying to tackle things that we actually could tackle and that we were hearing were real issues. I think, Mr. Robinson, you spent time with all the departments. I think that's where some of your direction or suggestions, I think, will be helpful, probably a circle back to those folks. But I think really helpful feedback. This has to be something that we're proud of and that we look to, and that actually goes beyond just only focused on like 70 to 85 or whatever, some smaller segment of the community, but really has bigger effects. And it isn't without note that it's the two senior members of the city council, the oldest of us. I don't know why that didn't occur to me until right now, but we're co-chairing this.
All right, so we're going to consider this one a workshop if there's no objection, and then continue the action on the item to the dates determined by the city manager. Okay, great. John, thank you so much for your work on this. It's not as though you began this process as a nationally recognized expert in aging or age friendliness, and you've done an outstanding job in shepherding and ideating and leading and working closely with the AAR partners and with so many folks in the community. It's very much appreciated. Great job.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
All right, so now we're going to return to item 24, which is consideration of Resolution 17-55, authorizing the application to California Department of Parks and Recreation, Division of Boating and Waterways for Boating Infrastructure Grant Tier 2 funds for the Rayleigh's Dock project. Let's read this.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm here before you to request approval of a resolution authorizing a grant application to the Division of Boating and Waterways for the Rayleigh's Dock project. I have not prepared a presentation for this evening, as this item normally would be on the consent agenda, but due to a requirement of the grant for a roll call vote, it's been placed on the regular agenda. But I am available to answer any questions or provide any additional background information.
Are there any questions, or is there any discussion? Is there a motion?
I move recommended action. I'll second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Sandin, seconded by Councilmember Orozco. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Ledesma?
Aye.
Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Councilmember Sandin?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabaldon?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you
Item
very much.
25 is presentation and discussion of the West Capitol Avenue and Jefferson Boulevard Improvement Project.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Recently, the city received 3 different grants to work on some rehabilitation projects and some safety enhancement along West Capitol Boulevard and portions of West Capitol Avenue and portions of Jefferson Boulevard. Tonight, staff would like to present a scoping presentation to the council. It'll be a very high-level scope, and we would like to hear any feedback that the council may have for us. The presentation will be made by the senior civil engineer, Naveed Nizar. He's the newest member in our engineering team, and this will be his first presentation to the council. And also, he is expecting his first baby anytime now. So in case his phone rings, so he may have to be excused, and we have a plan B.
Wait, does that mean our traditional hazing ritual is now inappropriate? Welcome.
It's all fair play.
All right, good. All right.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Naveed Nassar, and I'm a senior civil engineer in the Public Works Department. Tonight, I will be presenting and discussing the West Capitol Avenue and Jefferson Boulevard project improvement and some of its components. Back, sorry. One more. Sorry, go ahead. I believe. Okay, so I believe I lost a slide, but I'll just go over it. Tonight, I will discuss the project background and funding, some of the project goals, some of the conceptual roadway improvements to consider, as well as the project schedule. In 2016, city applied for and was awarded a few grants. They included the HSIP grant for about $572,000 to improve safety along with Capitol Avenue and Jefferson Boulevard. City was also awarded a SACOG grant for about $2.5 million for pavement rehab and safety improvements. As part of that, we were also awarded the $200,000 Cal Recycle grant. When we do the pavement overlay, instead of doing a regular asphalt, we can do rubberized asphalt concrete, which increases the pavement life, as well as the driving condition. It's a little bit more comfortable to drive on. So knowing that the West Capitol Avenue's vision is to transform West Capitol Avenue into a new downtown and city center core. In 2007, obviously, we had the strategic plan that West Capitol Avenue Streetscape Master Plan that was broken down into multiple phases, which include a key element of it was to make the West Capitol Avenue more pedestrian-friendly with wider sidewalks, streetscape, and connection to other bicycle and pedestrian facilities. As of now, we don't have sufficient fund to implement the same type of improvements that you see in front of the City Hall, which is Phase 1. We don't have the funds to go full steam with the full streetscape for Phase 2 and 3 that was identified. But knowing that we have poor pavement condition and along the corridor, we can have some intermediate improvements along both corridors. Just to reiterate, the grants that we received includes improvements along West Capitol Avenue between Interstate 80 and Jefferson Boulevard, and along Jefferson Boulevard between West Capitol Avenue and Park Boulevard. And some of the local funds will help improve Markley Avenue intersection, and as well as providing a Opticom conduit system along Jefferson Boulevard between West Capitol Avenue and Park Boulevard, and potentially along West Capitol Avenue connecting the City Hall to the future courtyard. And I'll go into detail as far as those projects in the next slide. So as I mentioned before, we do have some conceptual roadways to consider. Once we do the pavement rehab, we can obviously overlay the project the way it is, but we do have some potential to implement some road diet or safety improvements and enhancing bicycle facilities. Some of the one thing we kind of presented in these slides is we have a few different options for the West Capitol Avenue. And what we did was we broke down West Capitol Avenue into 3 different segments. We broke it down at West Capitol Avenue between Jefferson Boulevard and Sycamore Avenue, which is the currently 6-lane cross-section, 3 lanes each direction with parking at some locations. And then the next segment was between Sycamore Avenue and Harbor Boulevard, which is a 4-lane section. And then the last segment is West Capitol Avenue between Harbor Boulevard and Interstate 80. And for each one of those 3 different segments, we've developed, we came up with a few roadway concepts to consider. One of it is to reduce the number of lanes in the 6-lane segment from 6-lane to 4-lane. We looked into traffic volumes and to make sure that we don't negatively impact the vehicular level of service and operations, and we have sufficient capacity for it. By doing so, we make West Capitol Avenue a consistent 4-lane cross-section between Tower Gateway all the way to Harbor Boulevard. As you can see here, once we take away that lane, we have some options to provide buffered bike lanes facility along West Capitol Avenue, or we can eliminate parking completely along West Capitol Avenue and provide a wider bicycle facility. Similarly, along West Capitol Avenue, segment 2, between Sycamore to Harbor Boulevard, we have really wide lane widths, which we can reduce and provide a buffered bike lane for enhanced bicycle facilities. The last segment of West Capitol Avenue is a little bit different because the number of lanes varies between each different, between eastbound and westbound. The center median varies, the sidewalk varies, as well as bicycle lane vary. Some location has it, some it doesn't. But with strategic planning, what we can do is kind of have buffered bike lanes between Harbor Boulevard all the way to Interstate 80. One reason we like the buffered bike lanes between all the way to Interstate 80, by doing so, we'll have a nice buffered bike lanes from along West Capitol Avenue all the way from Jefferson Boulevard to Interstate 80. On Jefferson Boulevard, between West Capitol Avenue to Park Boulevard, we are really constrained with some of the physical barriers as far as the undercrossings. We could potentially narrow some of the lanes down, but we cannot reduce it enough to provide any kind of bike lane or a buffered bike lane. But we can do is improve it to be a shared bicycle lane. Going into schedule, we anticipate to prepare an RFP to select a consultant for designing these improvements by September 2017, and to award the contract to a design consultant by December 2017, and begin the design, and hopefully bidding the project on January 2019, and starting the construction in March 2019. With that, that concludes our presentation, and I will leave the meeting for open discussion.
All right, that wasn't so bad, was it?
Your phone didn't ring, did it?
All right, are there questions?
I have a
Ms.
question.
Roscoe?
Thank you so much for your presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Are there any statistics, or do you have any knowledge as to how much safer buffered bike lanes would be alone versus along with parking on West Capitol, or any street for that matter?
There's multiple different studies that has been done as far as what percentages. I will defer to Chris Dory if he knows it from the top of his head, but
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Most buffered bike lanes do not generally create a safer facility. What they do create is a far more comfortable facility to ride in that will actually encourage more riders, because it further separates the rider from the vehicular traffic. But as for safety statistics, I have not read anything in recent years that has indicated that there is any safer facility.
Has there been any feedback from the community or regarding the need for additional parking along West Capitol?
We haven't gone through the full design process yet, so we haven't gone out and done the analysis around what parking, how much parking we'd lose, or what if the use is needed versus if they have on-site parking. We haven't done that analysis yet, so we'll do a lot of that through the design process and outreach as we go through that.
And then the last thing is, in the presentation, there was a discussion about the shared bike lane on Jefferson from West Capitol to Park. That's shared with the cars?
correct. Currently, the facility is already being shared by bicycle
Right.
and vehicles. So what we'll do, we'll install pavement markings along West Capitol Avenue, as well as signage to make the drivers aware that there's potentially bicycles in the drive lane. So it's just making vehicles more aware that it is a shared bicycle facility.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson.
Thank you. On the West Capitol Avenue, the separation, the bicycle separation issues, we've had some issues of actually accidents along West Capitol Avenue and bicyclists. I don't have the parks or the bicycle and pedestrian master plan overlay, but I believe that West Capitol Avenue is a commute route for bicycles. It's one of the main arteries that connects downtown to Davis. So are there any guidelines when you have a commute route like that on the separation, whether it has to be, physical separation? I know complete physical separation is always less stressful, but in terms of, having more of a space separation in the lane or strictly the lane, is there guidance on that?
Well, I'll go back to one step, and then maybe Chris can elaborate a little bit more on the subject of providing an actual physical separation. Due to number of driveways along West Capitol Avenue and Jefferson Boulevard, having a physical separation between the vehicles and the bicycle may not be feasible due to people getting in and out. And yes, I believe West Capitol Avenue is a regional bike route, and is it regional? Yeah, and I'll let Chris elaborate on that.
Sure. It is definitely a regional commute route, especially from residents of Davis who commute to downtown and beyond. We see some of the highest ridership in the city daily through that corridor. There isn't so much design guidance around the number of cyclists as it is, again, the more comfortable of a facility, the more separated you build, the more encouraging and inviting it'll be to get more cyclists out there, which is the general principle we're using along this corridor, is to really create a better commute corridor for the section that we control within the city of West Sacramento.
Yeah, I recall the discussion around the pedestrian bike plan. It's the level of stress at each of these designs, and just having, you know, maybe not so much a physical separation, but a space separation between the vehicles, and it creates less stress and creates a more inviting atmosphere for riders.
And sorry, one thing I kind of want to emphasize is one of the other things we want to do with this project is also enhancing traffic behavior to make vehicles kind of slow down, make them feel like this is a multi-use facility with vehicles and bicycles as well.
Ms. Sandin?
Thank you for your presentation as well. So I just have a question. I think I already know the answer, but I just want to hear it. If we're not spending the funds for construction in until 2019, we don't have any barriers. We're not going to have to give them funding back before that time. I'm guessing they're going to allow us the planning time and everything.
I will elaborate on it, and if I misspeak, maybe you can elaborate on it. I believe we may have an option to extend that final deadline.
Okay. Thanks.
This is great stuff. It's a good mix. It's a good blending of different funding sources into a comprehensive thing to advance a really important goal that we've established. So kudos. I mean, it does all the things that we applied for this money for in the first place, while achieving some really good synergies, particularly around the safety dimensions. I had a couple of questions, mostly comments as usual, but the corridor is. I mean, we've tended to think about this corridor in the way that Chris described it, as people from Davis commuting to Sacramento, but an increasing proportion of our own residents are working in Davis, and it's in our mutual interest with Davis, and particularly with the university, to make that corridor much more easily bikeable. Because housing is so expensive there for students and for others. So I do think it is important. On the safety side, though, so many of the issues that we've dealt with here have been nighttime incidents. They've also been impaired biking and or driving incidents as well. And so I do think it's important to remember that we're not for the safety along West Capitol Avenue, we're not really thinking just about sort of regular, normal, Davis cyclists cycling at 8 in the morning or whatever, that there are particular conditions. And so one thing, this issue around, I think that what you're proposing here is a very big leap forward. I wonder if it's worth trying to figure out if we could go one step further, though, because even the somewhat separated lane doesn't add a whole lot of extra visibility or other environmental cues to either cyclists or to truck drivers, which is mainly who's driving on them at night. And so the safety implications of even though just the little plastic delineators that are out there, which I think are the cheapest of the options. The safety implications of those, particularly for night riding, are enormous in terms of their value. Now they cost something to put something in the pavement, for sure. So I recognize that there's a cost implication of them. But I think we're unlikely to actually solve the problem we're going at in this particular case. I mean, I'd like to have the delineators everywhere, but in this particular case, because of the nature of the safety issues that we're facing, this seems like an area that we ought to be, I think the only other place we have them is on Tower Bridge Gateway. But this would be an opportune place for those delineators. If we were to have parked cars, my understanding from what am I looking at right now? The green bike lanes analysis is that, which you didn't have in any of your options, but having the cars having cycling between the curb and the parked car as opposed to curbed, parked car, then bike lane, is actually even cheaper as a way to address protecting cyclists. So I personally think we ought to be looking at that option more often. I don't think we've done it anywhere in the city yet, so we ought to be looking at that option, period. And in this, as a less expensive way of providing a higher level of protection. And yeah, you got to worry about doors and that sort of thing, but a door is a lot less dangerous than a Mack truck coming at you from the other direction. Having said that, in this particular case, I don't want to add more parked cars. I mean, more parked cars on West Capitol Avenue. We don't need them. I mean, the reason why we have bike lanes here was the analysis that was done by the council when it essentially, I think, did its very first arterial bike lane in 1995 or something, was that the cars parking were not necessary. The only place where they were allowed was, I think there were two council members who Bank of America and wanted to be able to park on the street in order to go to the ATM. I mean, literally, and I think the bike shop across the street or something across the street did not have off-street parking. Those were the only two reasons why that one block of West Capitol Avenue along its whole extent was the only place where there was street parking and cyclists were unreasonably expected to turn right on Westacre, go down Merkley, and then come back onto West Capitol at Jefferson again. So there's no need for parking on that street. And in fact, that one stretch where it exists, it probably doesn't need to. So the parked car barrier, I wouldn't want to have parking just for that reason, but I do think parked cars as a barrier is an important thing to consider in other locations. What we did here on this stretch in Phase 1 on West Capitol was partly for bike safety, but also, and largely informed by our early proto-age-friendly policies, which is we're also trying to make it easier for folks to cross the street. And so it wasn't visible in the schematics that you were showing around the lanes, but so I'm curious as to whether or not this includes any plans at the intersections to have some safe haven, spot where pedestrians who may not be able to cross a 6-lane highway on a single light, or without running, or it's late at night or whatever, whether you've accounted for the crossing dimension as well as the through dimension.
Sure. I'll just go item by item as far as some of the stuff you touched up on and kind of discuss that. As far as
you don't have to. That wasn't a question I had.
No. I know you brought the visibility issue as part of this project. We will be adding new streetlights along the corridor where there needs to be, especially between I-80 and Harbor Boulevard, and if need be, maybe along West Capitol Avenue. I know just recently along West Capitol Avenue between Harbor and Jefferson Boulevard, the signal, streetlights were modified with a much brighter streetlights, so the visibility of that will increase. And hopefully, with this project goes in, the lighting between I-80 and Harbor Boulevard will increase. Will be a lot better, and the visibility will increase.
It will. It's not a substitute for the delineators in this particular case, because remember, so a 2 a.m. truck on bicycle collision is likely to be caused because in part because the truck driver is almost autonomous driving at that point, because you expect not to see a single pedestrian or cyclist on any street at 2 a.m. So you're mentally accounting for the geometry of the street and driving based on that geometry. The delineator, a row of the plastic delineators or whatever they are, affect, that gets incorporated into your mental map of the geometry of the street, and so you no longer consider that a place to go. Lighting alone will help if you're aware enough to be thinking that maybe there might be an unexpected baby or cyclist or whatever at 2 a.m. on West Capitol Avenue in front of a motel. But if you're already driving like a normal person would on a 6-lane arterial or 4-lane arterial at 2 in the morning. Even the lighting will not solve that problem. And so while improved lighting is valuable for all the reasons that you said, it's not in this particular location. I don't think it's a substitute for paying attention to the street geometry.
Yeah, and I think we can probably, investigate those type of options once we get into the design phase of the project. And what the pros and cons are as far as providing a vehicle buffered bike lane versus a regular stripe or something smaller buffered bike lane. We can probably investigate that during the design phase of the project.
Were you going to examine respond to the crossing question?
As far as the crossing, as part of this project, we will be enhancing the existing pedestrian crossing as well as installing new mid-block crossings and potentially, like you said, to address some of the concerns as far as how to cross. Hopefully, if we narrow it down to 4 lanes, it's not going to be a 6-lane crossing, it's going to be a 4-lane crossing safely. So as part of the design, we will be looking into that, and we will be implementing mid-block crossing as well as enhancing existing crossings.
Okay. Then my only, this isn't a question, but it was the shared lane on Jefferson between West Capitol and Park. I love the concept. I mean, a bunch of us are cyclists on the council, a lot of cyclists in the community. Even with the little painted marking, I'm not sure I could feel anywhere near safe doing that.
I agree.
And so I don't know whether, I hope you put your clear-eyed judgment on that one, whether or not we should be telling cyclists that that they should be considering this as a route, as opposed to saying, hey, you bike at your own risk, but Westacre and Fifth and Riverfront, every other option but this one is going to be a better choice, because it just seems even, I don't know, it just seems like it's so bad that just the lane marking alone isn't going to, could potentially make it worse.
Correct.
I just had a question. Mr. Mayor, you had mentioned the delineators. Are you talking about like protruding? Is there any, do you have any background as to whether or not just the reflectors on the ground that protrude just a little bit how effective those would be in comparison to delineators? Like the little speed bump type of reflectors, as opposed to because aesthetically, I imagine that, I know we're not there yet, but I'm wondering if they're any less or more effective.
I don't know. I mean, what I was pulling up from the Green Lane project looks at a bunch of those alternative, larger bumps, turtle bumps, the plastic delineators, what have you. It seems like they have to be of at least enough size to affect your physical perception for the driver, not so much for the cyclist. For the cyclist, a small bump is that enters your cognitive reach, but for the drivers, it has to be something that protrudes out of the street. Whether it needs to be up this high or that high, I think there's evidence that all of it would be useful. They also get more expensive as they
Maintenance.
So.
Yeah, one thing about that is one thing to keep in mind is that when we have those delineators, especially along a busy stretch, maintaining them is very, very difficult. There's not a lot of those delineators that rises above the pavement that are all attached. They really stay there for a while, and then they get knocked down into a gutter somewhere. So that might be something to keep in mind. And we'll review all this stuff during the design phase. Similarly, having parked vehicles, having a buffered parking also has some issues. For instance, like you said, there might be impaired drivers middle of the night, 2 o'clock in the morning. The first thing they see is a brake light ahead of them. They probably think it's actually a moving vehicle, and they would probably want to follow it. And the next thing they know, they come to a complete stop because they hit it. We could probably investigate that might be good to consider in a low-speed facility, but in a high-speed facility, that could be a little bit. We can investigate that, because if I'm a driver and I see a vehicle on my right and I'm not paying attention and I want to make a right turn, I get in that lane, and before I know, I see brake light. Instead of seeing brake lights, I see just something to be considered about.
Yeah, it's a reason why the parked car barrier on West Capitol probably doesn't make sense, because there are not enough cars to park there, right? So you would end up with a lane that would have cars very sporadically. So, yeah, both because we don't need that, but also because it probably wouldn't serve its purpose because there's just not enough, I mean, there are trucks at motels and whatever, but there's not that many cars parked at regular businesses or homes, so. Any other comments on this one? This is just receiving, Mr. Doherty?
Sorry, just one comment about the car parking protected bike lane. We are in the process, we just kicked off a project actually to restripe the Linden Loop, which will be utilizing that exact same type of facility around the parks, so we can create additional parking around the parks and on the other side of the street from the school. So within probably the next 6 to 8 weeks, we will have an example of that in the city where we have done this.
Terrific. Any other comments on this? All right, thank you very much.
Yep.
All right, that brings us to item 26, which is further consideration of a workshop on the West Sacramento Mobility Action Plan and Transit Pilot Projects. Strand?
All right, good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm Sarah Strand, Assistant Transportation Planner with Public Works. On April 19th, I presented to you for the first time on the Mobility Action Plan, or MAP, and 2 near-term transit pilot projects, the Downtown Shuttle and the Pilot Flexible Transportation Service, also referred to as an on-demand microtransit service. And I'm here this evening to provide an update to council on progress made to date on the MAP and pilot projects, to solicit further feedback and direction on the Pilot 2 flexible transportation service, and to request additional council direction regarding the development of a new riverfront shuttle. So first, just some updates. As a reminder, the MAP is a long-term planning and implementation tool that will identify and prioritize projects that are intended to streamline the transit network, strategically site multimodal mobility hubs, and prepare the city to integrate new and emerging technologies through both its infrastructure and its policies. The near-term pilot projects are intended to feed into and inform the MAP, and as presented to you in April, staff still intends to submit an application to the Caltrans Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant Program later this fall to help fund the MAP document development. Prior to submitting that application, staff will return to council for authorization, and if awarded funding, staff anticipates that the full MAP development would kick off in late 2018. In the interim, staff will continue to be focused primarily on the transit pilot projects, which brings us to Pilot 1. In April, council authorized the deployment of the Pilot 1 downtown shuttle operating at 20-minute headways, as well as the realignment of Route 39 to provide peak hour commute service in the Bridge District. And staff has proceeded accordingly in coordination with YCTD, who's here this evening to help field questions on this particular effort. And both of these services are going to begin as planned at the end of this month. In addition to the downtown shuttle, council further directed staff to explore the development of a new riverfront shuttle, and staff has made progress toward developing this service, which I'll be submitting additional information on later in this presentation. Also presented to council in April was the Pilot 2 flexible transportation service, which proposes to design, test, and evaluate an on-demand microtransit system in the city. Per council's authorization, a request for proposals was released in late May to solicit innovative mobility solutions from a broad pool of both private and public entities, including transportation network companies or TNCs, as explicitly requested by council. 10 proposals were received in late June and in response to the solicitation and are currently being reviewed and evaluated. I just want to emphasize that given the active status of this competitive solicitation and per the city's procurement policies, staff cannot discuss any of the details of those proposals at this time. However, as staff is proceeding to work on Pilot 2, council direction is needed to help define the general parameters of a microtransit service to ensure that the pilot is consistent with and supportive of the goals and policies of the city. So as a reminder, the concept of a microtransit service is to provide right-sized vehicles that respond to demand and operate on a more flexible and efficient routes, schedules, and stops, which make possible a wide range of different service models. And there are a multitude of factors that can shape the service model of a pilot. So as we're beginning to try to narrow a model down, we're requesting additional council input this evening. Please note that any feedback received from council on a service concept tonight will not serve to exclude any proposal from potentially being selected in the active procurement process. And contingent on available funding and council approval, all proposals are capable of being scaled up or down to align with the preliminary goals of the pilot. So pending authorization to proceed with this project, the actual service design and planning would be conducted during the early project development stages with a selected firm or agency, and we'd come back to council for additional input in winter on that. So 3 non-exhaustive service concept scenarios were developed to facilitate a discussion of the parameters for the Pilot 2 service, which are included as attachment 1 of your staff report, along with a summary description for each of those. And these 3 scenarios consider variations across some of the key factors for a service, such as the service coverage area, the cost, as well as the relationship with existing transit, such as the new downtown shuttle. And again, please keep in mind that these are only high-level concepts that are meant to provide a framework for discussion, and they don't actually represent the actual service design that may actually ultimately be implemented. The first scenario, which we are referring to as a Southport connector, would consider piloting a curb-to-curb microtransit service in Southport connecting to and from key hubs or destinations. The second scenario considers citywide curb-to-curb service within the urbanized area, and the last scenario considers additional service expansions into Sacramento. So in order to develop a recommendation, staff considered how each scenario aligns with the goals of the pilot, which include reducing vehicle miles traveled and single occupancy vehicle trips, complementing well-ridden transit routes by connecting to trunk lines while also replacing inefficient fixed routes, encouraging active transportation and linked multimodal trips, and providing more mobility choices for underserved populations. This exercise resulted in staff's recommendation of a Southport connector service concept. By containing the initial service to a smaller portion of the city, this can help to reduce the overall costs of deploying the pilot and allows for a more focused study area. And to support reductions in VMT and SOV trips, staff recommends that the pilot focus primarily on the Southport neighborhoods because they produce the highest VMT in the city currently. The service could make strategic connections to hubs such as the downtown shuttle, the barn, Rayleigh Field, or the Washington district. And limiting the pilot's initial reach into the northern parts of the city could also help to ensure that the on-demand service doesn't cannibalize ridership along those core routes that are in existing transit-dependent neighborhoods. Under a Southport connector concept, staff envisions that service would be bidirectional, so users could also travel between hub locations or from a hub into Southport as well, which extends service to a broader portion of the population without requiring citywide service coverage during the life of the one-year pilot. And this concept could also allow staff to explore the possibility of replacing all or parts of routes 35 and 39, pending additional studies of ridership during the initial project development. And staff has also coordinated with the city manager's office regarding the age-friendly action plan and believes that a logical expansion of the pilot could include a program for low-income seniors, which could also help to supplement demand during some of the off-peak hours for this type of service. So council is requested to provide input to confirm the stated goals of the pilot, discuss staff's recommendation of the Southport connector service model, and provide any additional feedback to establish parameters for Pilot 2. Staff is also here to request council's direction to identify funding for the Pilot 2 flexible transportation service. Depending on the type of service model that's ultimately selected for Pilot 2, staff has developed estimated costs that range from $350,000 to $750,000, and that includes the design, market, launch, operation, maintenance, and evaluation of the one-year microtransit pilot. As previously discussed, this wide range is due to a breadth of potential service models and factors that shape them, such as the service coverage area or vehicle type, et cetera. In April, council authorized staff to apply to the SACOG TDM Innovations Grant Program to help fund this pilot, and staff did submit an application in late June requesting the maximum allowable grant amount of $150,000, which also requires an 11.47% local match. And SACOG will be making recommendations to award funding at the August 3rd Transportation Committee. Staff will continue to monitor and pursue any other opportunities that arise, including anticipated transit funding from Senate Bill 1. And in addition to these resources, staff is also submitting for council's consideration the use of reserved TDA and/or Measure E funding to supplement the pilot in an amount not to exceed a total project cost of $750,000 or in an amount otherwise directed by council this evening. In April, council did indicate that reserved TDA funds may be available to support this effort, and additionally, the Measure E funding could be a good fit for this project since it has the potential to achieve some of those common goals with the smart cities and age-friendly initiatives. At this time, staff is requesting that council confirm the not-to-exceed amount for the total project cost and direct staff to coordinate with the finance team to develop a funding plan with authorization to consider the use of local funding as described above or as otherwise directed by council. If council supports staff's recommended actions this evening, then we'll return to council to request authorization for funding and an award of contract in October of this year. The last item that council is requested to provide direction on this evening is an approach to develop the Riverfront Shuttle, which was an added directive of council in response to the downtown shuttle in April. Staff immediately began coordinating with YCTD to explore various service and cost alternatives following that council meeting. However, multiple approaches to develop a Riverfront Shuttle have since presented themselves and are submitted to you as 3 alternatives in your staff reports. Approach A proposes to continue coordination with YCTD to expedite a traditional transit or shuttle service in the Riverfront District per council's original direction in April. And then while analyzing potential service models for the Pilot 2 flexible transportation service, staff recognized that it may in fact be able to meet the needs of a Riverfront Shuttle. And so approach B proposes to roll the Riverfront Shuttle into Pilot 2, which could provide on-demand connector service to and from the Riverfront District. And lastly, staff recognized council's potential interest in pursuing an autonomous vehicle pilot following a TransDev demo at Rayleigh Field on July 11th. And in light of that event, approach C proposes that if council prefers that the Riverfront Shuttle be an autonomous vehicle, that it be separated out as a third and distinct pilot. So at this time, staff is recommending approach B, which would leverage existing work on the Pilot 2 transportation service to meet the needs of a Riverfront Shuttle. And this approach allows for innovative solutions to be deployed in the near term while also finding efficiencies in service. And if council is also interested in pursuing an autonomous vehicle pilot, staff would request that council direct staff to do so as a separate effort to avoid impacting the timeline for Pilot 2. Due to a higher level of uncertainty given the regulatory environment for autonomous vehicles, this would allow staff to conduct some due diligence and research secondary requirements of an AV pilot, such as vehicle availability, insurance and liability, and any additional infrastructure upgrades that would be required for an AV to operate safely on public streets. Moving forward, the Pilot 2 service could easily be modified to accommodate the introduction of an AV pilot as soon as feasible. And if council supports this recommendation, staff would proceed with the Pilot 2 and integrate Riverfront service into the service planning and design component of that on-demand microtransit service. Council is requested to discuss the 3 approaches presented in staff's report and provide sufficient direction on a preferred approach for staff to proceed with. To summarize what's being asked of council this evening, staff is requesting that council provide direction on a preferred Pilot 2 service concept, tentatively authorize local funding for the Pilot 2 flexible transportation service and direct staff to return to council with a funding plan to accompany a request for award of contract. And lastly, provide direction on a preferred riverfront shuttle approach. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to take any questions at this time.
All right, Mr. Ledesma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll begin thanking staff for continuing to bring this item to us and bring it back so quickly, since I think the first meeting was in April, correct? Yeah, and we've made such progress in this arena from where we started, and just to kind of level set on that point, it's been a journey for us to understand our relationship with how we traditionally provide transit lines and manage our fixed routes, but to this council's credit and to our staff's credit, started to break through in terms of, which we envisioned over a year ago, the city's role in better managing transit options and being able to accommodate various uses and connecting more people, connecting more places than we thought possible. It was simply with all the new technology and new choices and mobility, which some of it we're already taking advantage of, be it whether it's streetcar, whether it's the bike program that we've installed. We are inching out there, and so I do want to thank staff though, because they've been they've been very flexible and very proactive and resourceful in trying to understand this. I also want to thank YCTD, who stepped in and provided us the opportunity to look at autonomous vehicle a few weeks ago through TransDev, and which also further allowed us to expand our thinking on transit. We've come a long way, and I think tonight really allows us to kind of solidify a bit of direction how this would actually work. And the thing that's so, which makes all the sense now is when you could look at a project or looked at an issue that the city has, and all of a sudden you recognize, boy, this is making more and more sense as it happens. So we're implementing Pilot 1, Phase 1, whatever you want to call it, of the changes in bus alignment already, which is rerouting and streamlining downtown shuttle and a couple of existing routes. It makes all the sense that why we do this in the first place and start to get to sort of the hub and spoke mentality or the feeder micro transit options to feed those would make more sense. And so it's kind of feeding upon itself as we continue to look at these options. And but I'm really pleased at the progress we've made. Staff has been very, like I said, very resourceful, very proactive in trying to address these. So I want to thank you very much for that. That's all I'll say for now. I'm going to let the rest of the council maybe start commenting on the specific pilots and the proposals in front of us.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson.
Yeah, thank you. So we talked about the downtown shuttle, I think, in the 20-minute headway, from what I recall, was fairly cost-effective way to do this. I think it was maybe $20,000 a year or less based on that headway.
I believe and correct me if I'm wrong, YCTD, but I believe the 20-minute option was actually cost neutral.
Cost neutral, right. So has it been considered to maybe do a north-south line with that same model that would go from Washington to Nugget?
I haven't been involved in any discussions.
Which would be cost neutral, and we would have at least that vein.
I'm going to pass it over to YCTD if they have been engaged in any of those conversations, but we haven't been coordinating with YCTD on such a model at this time.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. If we were to do something similar to make it cost neutral, it would have to be probably a variation or modification of the 35 to somehow undertake part of that. And the idea would be to shorten the 35 at a minimum, so it's not doing all the residential neighborhoods down in Southport, but instead would be relying on a TNC or whatever to feed it. The reason it's cost neutral on the downtown shuttle is we're just modifying the schedules and a slight change in the route of the existing service. So that's why it's basically cost neutral.
So in order to get, to shorten up the lines to allow a north-south, it would probably require some type of feeder system into that?
Well, I believe that's part of the concept that the city is pursuing, yes.
Yeah. All right. At this point,
Yeah, I could just add to that, as Terry mentioned, part of the concept of focusing on the Southport connector concept would be if we did have some kind of on-demand microtransit system down there, that we could potentially eliminate parts or all of the 35 and 39 in what I think you're describing. You could maintain part of it as somewhat of a trunk line going north-south.
well, this would
and
not
have-
be just to Nugget, but up to, into Broderick as well. You know, the same route basically that we've got lined out for the north-south streetcar line. I mean, eventually.
Can I just ask you process-wise, so the procurement dimension of this, I mean, what we went out for in terms of procurement was like, give us a new mobility service that accomplishes these goals.
Yeah.
Right? And what are you planning on bringing back to us from, is the product of that a single contract from the lowest priced responsive bidder? I mean, because that's an awfully open
Yeah.
thing with a lot of policy implications and discretion around it. So will the council or our commissions or anyone have had a role in it other than a staff review of some proposals and then we get the final one for a contract award? Is that how this is going to be proceeding?
So I can speak a little bit to this, and then if anybody else wants to jump in, they can. But this was definitely not a traditional RFP process, and I would say, in retrospect, it was framed a little bit more as a request for solutions. And in that, we did more so describe some of those key challenges in the city and what some of the key goals were, and we just tried to keep it as open as possible to invite innovation and just see what came in.
Yeah. But my question, which I completely agree with, I think that's entirely in line with what we were hoping to do. My question is, does it then morph into the traditional draconian procurement process where all we get back is here's the following 10 were responsive and this is the lowest price one, here you are, council.
So the way.
Unless there's a protest, you have to approve that.
So the way that we structured the evaluation criteria is not to be focused on cost, but to be focused on the highest points are going to be awarded for innovation and for VMT reduction potential. So it's focused on other criteria outside of price, so that's not the determining factor. I'm not sure if I'm completely answering your question.
Like the determination of, since the solution could take a variety of different forms, that's the purpose of awarding points for innovation. All of those, it is incumbent on the policymakers for the community and for the community itself to be able to engage in what the innovations are themselves, as opposed to it just being an internal staff committee that's assigning 8 points or 10 points for innovation. That's what I'm trying to get at. It seems like I don't know what these are, and we won't see them at this stage, but there could be a radically wide range of different approaches to solving the challenges that we set forth, and that is fundamental. Choosing among radically different solutions is in its essence a policy level choice, right?
I would add, this is part of the reason we are in front of you this evening, is to further kind of hone that direction that we're looking at through this process, not to pick a vendor by any stretch, but to really get a good, clear concept of what we think this service level could look like for Pilot 2. It's hard within the current procurement process to do, I think, what you are envisioning because of, and I understand what the policy implications, but it is such a defined process for equity that
I guess what I'm getting is a one bit, and again, I haven't seen these, I'm just making this up. One bidder says, we want to solve these problems by having on-demand drones pick people up and fly them from one place in the city to another. And another one says, we have Sherpas. Another one says, we have, what was Toby's thing for a while? Tuk-tuks. Right? Those are, the implications of that beyond the scope of the RFP in terms of airspace or congestion or air pollution or whatever are enormous. Right, so that's not something that the two of you and one more colleague could assess on behalf of the whole community and then just bring us one, right? And say, okay, it's the tuk-tuk one that was the best one for these things, but it has all these other implications compared to the others. That's what I'm trying to understand. Maybe I should have asked more about how we were doing, what kind of procurement process we were using in the beginning, but it feels like the shape and the contour of the solutions could be, and again, I haven't seen them, but could be so wide that they do imply pretty fundamental policy choices. Maybe not. I mean, maybe once you tell us who you've selected and we see the other 9 and they're all basically in the same wheelhouse, it won't be an issue. But I was curious about the nature of why we're stuck in a traditional government procurement process for something that's fundamentally not a procurement in that sense. But
I would add to that procurement in this realm nationally has been a subject of a lot of conversation at conferences and whatnot. So we understand it's a difficult thing to do in this because we're cutting some new cloth here. But we've actually been reached out to by several people nationally saying this is probably the best example they've seen so far through this process.
How much, so you've priced out, are you going to add, Denix?
I just checked with the city attorney that we do have the option to bring multiple options to the council. For example, we could say, here are the 10 proposals, we like these 3, and here is our recommendation, and then we can let the council tell us which one you want to pick. So I believe that's a perfectly
great.
fine option.
Problem solved. Okay, thank you. So just a couple other questions. So you priced out option 2, and I assume that your price includes B on the Riverfront Shuttle piece. So that's 2B. What would the citywide connector involve in terms of incremental cost, as opposed to the Southport connector?
The citywide, are you talking about the second one?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it could range depending on who we partnered with. I would say, just to give a ballpark number, probably around $500,000 or $600,000.
More?
Total.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. More than
the 750?
No. So that range covered all the scenarios that we put forward. One of the things that kind of comes into play when you're looking at costs is who you partner with. So if you're partnering with a private company who may be implementing a fair structure and making revenue back on this, it can help to offset some of the costs. So when we're looking at some of those more citywide curb-to-curb models and going into Sacramento, those are more of the models that we're thinking of.
Yeah, the Southport connector approach caused me a lot of heartburn. For a bunch of reasons. I think, one, the biggest VMT reductions, Southport is responsible for most of the VMT, but the biggest VMT reductions will be achieved by making it possible to live without a car. Right? So the Southport connector better really work for all your trips. And if it's going to cause you to say, okay, I don't need to have a car, I can live car-free, or live car-free during the week, but not the weekends or whatever, in some significant way, as opposed to replacing just a trip from home to Bike Dog, is not going to result in better VMT reductions than going elsewhere in the city. Whereas in the areas that we have affirmatively built as transit-oriented, but denser, where we have said, we expect that, and we're aiming for making it possible, and in fact desirable, not to have a car, where we haven't provided the appropriate transit services to this point, we need to be doing that. I mean, and that's where the biggest VMT reductions, and the reason why we got money from Cap and Trade for West Gateway Place was in order to make that real. So I think just on the VMT piece, it makes sense to be looking at the city more broadly. In part because we're not testing like, does this work or not? We're testing, does it work or not? But also under what conditions and in what communities and what types. And so if we simply pick a single community Klein, and say, okay, we're going to say, does this work or not in the most suburban, least transit-friendly area of our city? It will actually not tell us that much about whether it works in other parts of the city. And so we ought to be looking at suburban and urban and light urban. We ought to be looking at households with lots of cars and households with no cars. We ought to be looking at wealthier neighborhoods, frankly, and the not wealthy parts of the city. And that last piece is especially critical to me, that if we launch a pilot that is in Southport and the riverfront, just what we're saying to the community about equity, and we're going to use our transit funds to do that. It's not the right approach for what we're trying to accomplish here in the community. And so I would rather spend a little bit more money in order to achieve equity and better testing, and I hope better environmental and mobility objectives for the community. I'm not concerned at all about cannibalizing the core fixed route service. In fact, it's not that I want to, but we're trying to find what's the best options. And just like we're looking at 35 and 39 and saying, okay, that's those, we would just wish somebody would put them out of their misery if we just had a better alternative. If that becomes the case with one or two of our other existing routes, and then we're able to move to even better headways on the downtown shuttle or on the 42 with our other partners in the county, then we ought to be doing that. So our job is to assure mobility for our residents and for a broad range of our residents. Our job is not to protect our existing spending on a particular transit line. And in fact, we're kind of testing that. And I don't want to say, if you are suburban and wealthy or riverfront and wealthy, we'll send a car right to your door and take you wherever we want to go. But if you are not, if you happen to be, near one of the bus lines, you must take the bus. It's everything feels wrong about that as a policy message. So I would ignore that as a dimension. In fact, that's something we should be testing. Does it cannibalize or not? And then is that a good thing or not? And we ought to be assessing that as we go along. So I like the basic frame, but I think those were my primary comments were mainly about geography. The only other thing I'd say about the riverfront shuttle is I like this solution. I support it. There's also something about the riverfront shuttle, in some sense, the same that we were trying to accomplish with the Y, in a physical, a visible, physical branded thing that's in some sense like the streetcar. That is, okay, the riverfront is a unified place. And, what is it? Where's that thing go? And maybe I will try out the other, maybe I will, go from my apartment to Capitol Place and see what's on the other side of the railroad tracks and get on that shuttle. So I think what you're proposing here makes sense for efficiency purposes and for cost purposes. But whether we look at autonomous or other solutions, I still think the idea of a physical riverfront shuttle is worth keeping in the hopper. But I think what you're proposing here is the good first round solution. So, Ms. Sandine?
Thank you, Mr. Walden. I think I had some questions along the same, some of the same issues that you were thinking. I wanted to know a little bit more about the staff recommendation, because I saw that the citywide connector, I have some of the same concerns about trying to, if we're doing a pilot, trying to really get as much data and understanding as we can. But I saw the line about that alternative being cost prohibitive, so I was a little concerned. I wanted to kind of understand more.
Yeah, and so as I mentioned in the presentation, these are just really high-level concepts for discussion. And one of the pieces that is variable is whether this is curb to curb, curb to hub, or hub to hub, and that can actually help bring down some costs potentially too. So obviously, providing everyone in the city with curb to curb taxi service, or whatever types of service, and especially if we're considering subsidizing that to any extent, that could become very expensive. Mm-hmm. If we looked at doing a citywide service that instead maybe strategically identified key hubs throughout the city, that would be perhaps a less costly alternative.
I think I was thinking, I think I had some of the same concerns about just if we're just replacing someone's current Uber and they're Ubering someplace to the barn and Ubering home, and then again, I'm just trying to get my head around really kind of understanding what the future holds for us and what's possible. And there already are some solutions. So how do we weave in kind of how people are behaving with some new, potentially new solutions? I'm just trying to really understand that, because I do think we need to figure this out. As we're trying to build more dense neighborhoods, we need to have some better mobility solutions. So I don't know that I think having, if it's possible to do something citywide, I think that would be more comfortable for me in terms of our understanding.
Thank you. It is hard to kind of capture the high-level conceptual, and then you kind of drill it down, because you're always caught back in this paradigm of what do we do today, right? And so it takes a little bit of leap to kind of connect what it is we're trying to do. On first glance, the Southport connector, and I think even some conversations we've had, you look at the map, it makes sense, right? Because we have all these houses out in our suburban part of town that require large, or to put these assets of buses that are kind of going on this continual circle, collecting people, and then eventually bringing them to the center city, either Sacramento or our side, for entertainment or work. And upon first glance, you kind of think, well, that's a perfect place to go just grab the 7 people that take 39 or whatever, right? Because that just eliminates, 28 empty seats on the bus. But, you kind of think about, even in the scope of the conversation, I asked Councilmember Sandin to kind of think about the conversation we had 3 items ago around the use cases, right? And we have to think about it differently, because we are building neighborhoods that are different. We are accommodating residents that have different tastes and different wants and needs. And so it really is, rather than a geographical segmentation of that one just looks like the right place, right? It's more of a almost psychographic demographic of these people, require or may have more use cases where they can need it. I'm thinking of what we just had. I got to put on the lens. If I'm a senior, I'm calling whoever they called, and John, right? Somebody called you and said they're trapped in their home. I could use an on-demand service, which we just can't accommodate now. And if we do, it's paratransit, and it's costing us a boatload to get them there. So I'm kind of back to it does have to be citywide, because there are so many different diverse needs to have that mobility. And I agree. I'm just going to say it, the optics of it outright just stopped it for me. Just like, we can't have it. Now, it makes pragmatic sense looking at the map. It does. And I think Councilmember Johannesson, Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson, had the same thought we had a year ago, which was around, do we create sort of a shuttle service or almost a park and ride service from Southport Town Center up, just because we recognize the availability of that. It's why we even contemplate a north-south streetcar, or we contemplate whatever. But you still got to get people to that hub, and I think that's a concept. That's the right conceptual framework we need to have, is how do we get people to that hub, or how do we get people to those places more efficiently? And that will help reduce. And to the point where the mayor said is, right, I don't need to use my car anymore. And that's where we need to collect the data. So, and it only works if the entire fishbowl is sort of measured, not just one part of it. I think we do need to work with that. I think we need to scope it out. I'm probably in favored, and probably it's the pragmatic costs part of me that's holding me back, is thinking about it more from a not curb to curb, but maybe we're talking about location hubs of areas. The part I hate about that part is that we're defining places for people. But again, not knowing the cost structure, if it's, not too much more, or what the variance is between those two models, I don't have a grasp of today. But, I don't like the idea of saying, these are your 8 hub zones that you're going to, and good luck, because then you just, I'm going back to my Uber, or I'm getting in my car, or, great, you took my bus away and now I got nothing. So I think we just need to be, again, there probably is some hybrid or some way to approach it so that you can again, I worry about the cost. If the high end is $750, it's probably curb to curb citywide into Sacramento. That maybe as people are thinking about the solutions we have, to bring that up. And I worry as well about our ability to kind of make that a sustainable model if, again, because of the cost issue. So again, that's kind of where I'm leaning it. But again, if it's not knowing the cost structure of either or, if 750's, again, you have the $3 signs like Yelp on option 3, citywide in Sacramento. I can't tell you the differences in how they play out. On the riverfront shuttle, I agree with the mayor, and I think clearly the bridge district to the Washington neighborhood, the idea of some amount of permanence, or the shuttle being the attraction. The Y was the perfect example. I didn't even think about it, actually. It's just, but you just create the Y and you go catch it and you're there. And granted, the Golden One Center started it because there was somewhere to go, but that's kind of the point, right? You're going somewhere and you want to be there. Same thing now, we have that opportunity with the Washington district and what's going on there, the Bridge District. And the part that I noticed in the last week or two when driving through that area is there's people still work there. They'll use it, right? Not the however many few hundred residents that now live in the Bridge District. They're going to need a connector. They're going to need it just to get to the downtown shuttle now, at the stop at Raleigh Field or wherever it's stopping. But to get to the Washington neighborhood. But there are people who work there who may want to grab lunch at Drake's or whenever it gets here, or at Burgers and Brew, or grab an ice cream cone and get back to work on time, right? So I think those are kind of things. Or when it's raining or inclement weather, you still want to keep the corridor alive. So I do think the idea of us pursuing that riverfront shuttle is important. I agree with the approach. We got to be pragmatic about this, right? But I do not want us to stop the energy around what could be with even the autonomous vehicle, whether because I think that in and of itself could be a solution for us to kind of continue innovating on the transit space. So I know there's a lot of uncertainty with it. We learned a lot about it in the 2 weeks leading up to the event around the path it has to take to get something on the road. But we've done other things before, and I'm looking at the mayor because I know he has his brain working already on this. But I think we have to be aware that there's things in there we don't control, and what we do control is the ability to maybe bring in some other types of options. But it is important, I think, we establish that for both the near term, because there's residents who we are impacting their ability to use their parking. We're already starting to do that. But the long term, we've got to establish it as the corridor of the future. So I know we're waiting on our development partners to get building out there, but there are still people working at DGS, at CalSTRS. They're thinking about expanding, and there's still entrepreneurs in the Washington neighborhood who are counting on us. How are you getting people in and out of our district? And I think we have to continue that momentum. So I'm just very much in favor of us pursuing, as you said, option B in the near term, kind of get that going, but keep our eye on the ball if there's a way to kind of transform it into an AV type situation. And then the only other thing is a little bit of what I said about the mobility, the age-friendly plan is, I'm really pleased that you already reached out to SACOG, and in the staff report you brought up that they're even offering, how can we help, which is the absolute right thing. Even TransDev and YCDD saying, how can we help? That's this esprit de corps we need, because we're all in this together. We're not, the mayor said, we're not, this isn't about getting rid of buses, or all of it serves a purpose, and the more we work together, the more everyone will benefit out of it, and we'll have a path forward. And mainly our residents win. So I just want to make sure that applaud you for the approach of partnering with all the different folks because it's turned out to be a better result. I do have one last part, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, is that process, and I didn't really think about this till you brought it up and around. I'm glad you got clarity around the process we're going through with asking folks for proposals coming in. But it is important we start, I'm not sure if you're all going to the other commissions in our city talking about the mobility action plan. We start incorporating, broadening the input a little more, because this will affect everybody, and I think they want to know that their city's working on these options, and will certainly have input as well. So those are my only comments, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, maybe just to relay off that. So it looks like, so we're looking at what the policy is behind a mobility action plan. So we've got folks that are going to be able to drive, and they're going to, I mean, if we're using Uber versus driving, we're really just substituting one car for another car, except on the other end where there's parking. So it seems to me that the most value would be connections to place where parking is limited, either on our side of the river, we want to activate the riverfront, some of the areas where more transitory development, or transportation into Sacramento, where, you know, it's going to be worse and worse, and people spend a lot of time parking there. So this whole hub concept sounds, to me, the most efficient way to do that. So then the question is getting people to the hub. So do you really want to focus on people who are just going to drive there, or they can take an Uber? So that's really, you're not really solving anything, except you're not going to have someone parking at the ultimate location where the hub is. So we look at this in conjunction with, for example, the age-friendly plan, then, you know, we may want to focus on people who can't get to the hub because they don't have a car, and really kind of look at maybe qualified ride share or a qualified system. So it's really just not a system for mobility for everyone. It's really a system for people who have mobility issues, to be able to get to the hub, to make the hub work and get to probably focus on areas where parking is difficult. I mean, that's, and so, and the other issue would be if you're looking at point-to-point within West Sacramento where parking is not an issue on either end, well, that's a whole different thing, because people right now are driving there, or they can Uber there, so it's still, you're taking one car trip. So it seems to me the whole point of this is you want to try to reduce hunting for parking spaces, because that's, I think, where you have a lot of the emission problems. And you also have a lot of congestion problems when you have cars, you know, hunting for parking. And it's getting worse, you know, Burgers and Brew and in those areas, it's tough now to park there. And it's really tough in Sacramento. If you want to go to Second Saturday or whatever, or an arena event, you know, it's problematic. So it seems to me that would be the most cost-effective way to do that, and to look at solutions on how you have a certain population that this, you know, this on-demand system would cater to, versus just it's a citywide kind of system, help reduce the cost.
Councilmember Orozco?
Thank you. I agree with that. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem's comments. But I had this conversation not too long ago where I was thinking, how are you going to get me out of my car? It's not easy to take 4 kids to 4 different schools on a bicycle. And, you know, but I can envision a situation where I call up another set of parents and say, let's meet at a particular place and take the shuttle over to Memorial Park for our baseball game, or to Bright Park, or, you know, to enjoy a River Cats game or whatnot. You know, I mean, when you talk about places that are highly congested, removing that headache is going to be an incentive for me to get on and use when I have all these different people who I'm accounting for. And so you can get groups to collude, and when it becomes a lot more convenient. Right now, I didn't even occur to me until you mentioned that, how much it could benefit people with you know, my family makeup. But I think, you know, they have to be those places, those identifiable places that are, you know, that, and they might change. Like on Saturday, it might be the Memorial Park or Bright Park, depending on the season. And during the week, it might be the rec center from 5 to 7 p.m. or whatnot. Community center during the daytime for another different population. But just thinking about what those highly traveled routes are when identifying hubs.
Yeah, and just perhaps maybe one point of clarification would be that, looking at a microtransit service, we would be trying to maximize the number of passengers in the vehicles, and it would be utilizing a technology that would be able to optimize the routes, where those stops are through the planning and analysis up front to look at where the demand is. And so you could either coordinate with people beforehand and meet at the hub, or the technology kind of does the work for you and picks people up along the way, along the most efficient route. And then the other thing I'll add is that this is intended to be somewhat flexible and adaptive, so we would be coming back to council with quarterly reports on the progress, the performance of the pilot, and could make little tweaks here and there if demand merited it, like you're talking about. Say there's a lot of people who are saying, we should have a hub over here, then we could add that into the service potentially.
Yeah, I mean, to the earlier point about the hub, the zone and the hubs and the curb to curb and all, whatever, to me, I hope you'll bring, I mean, we obviously need to know what the cost differential is, but I would rather spend $1 million and get it right than spend $750,000 for something that's not going to work. And it's going to leave us with a last half mile problem. You know, we have the last mile problem now for transits, and now we're going to say, okay, no, you don't have to walk a mile to the bus stop. Now you have to walk a half mile to the hub, and which people will not do. So that's a foolishly saved $250,000 if that's the differential. So, you know, be honest with us about the cost. Obviously, we can't spend more than we have, but we need to design something that's going to have the maximal chance of succeeding. I also think, you know, let's not make the transit mistake, which is which is a comment across government, which is we design again from a deficit model. We say, what's the worst possible circumstances? Who are the people that have the highest levels of need? Let's design the system entirely around them. And then we come back and say, why is no one else using it? And this is what we've done with transit. We said, okay, it's going to have to stop here, here, and here, and here, and here, because we need to mimic point to point. And the here, here, and here is every public agency and every doctor's office and what have you. And then no one else rides it. We treat transit like a social service and not a mobility service. If we do the same thing with this, we'll end up with the same problem. And so, yeah, it does, from my perspective, it needs to be universally attractive, and it needs to be designed for everyone. That doesn't mean ignoring the specific needs, but it also means attending to, is it actually going to make the differences that we're describing in terms of activating mobility, reducing VMT, making livable neighborhoods, making the dense places that we've created in the community not hellholes, which is what they will be if we don't solve this problem. Right? This is not mainly about one trip at a time. It's about, does West Gateway Place work? Does Washington work? Does the Bridge District work fundamentally, or do they completely collapse because we've designed Chinese-level cities with no transportation mobility? That's what we're trying to get at, not how do we get somebody from home to Bike Dog. That needs to be part of this equation for the reason I just mentioned around a universal system. But we got to keep our, fundamentally on the biggest goal is that one, which is the commitment that we've already made to the whole city and to these new places that we've created. That yeah, we're not allowed. We're giving you less than one car per unit. There's no street parking, because we'll make sure there's a mix of other transportation solutions. Everywhere else, we're simply talking about making it better. But in those places, it's the commitment, it's the promise that we already made. And that if we fail, our entire, climate agenda, mobility, congestion, everything falls apart. So we have a really strong imperative to get that right in those places. Anyway.
And if I can add.
Desma?
Yeah, thank you. You're right, and I think part of, again, we get stuck in our paradigm today, kind of what we see in about transit options, and let's go back to, even if you go, and I was in San Francisco in May, you kind of recognize right away what we're talking about, because the free market is has demonstrated mobility choices right there if you sit on Market Street at where I go, at 333 Market. You go outside, either cabs are available, you can Uber and grab it. I saw 5 people walk out of the office, sit there with their apps waiting for the Chariot shuttle to come pick them up. You have their cable car going up and down Market. You have bus service picking up, the Muni picking up folks. Bike share is there, that's right. And so we're just at a very nascent point And I want to make that clear, like, right? So as you come back to us, hopefully you're getting some ideas about where we are, but I think it is a good idea to come back, because I don't know the difference between the $1 million experiment, what we would take in terms of, is it $1 million, and is it curb-to-curb service, and what would it mean as part of the solution? And the other part too is that we may start with a smaller version of that, whatever, but we can always start to see, well, if we layered this one on, that would bring a different solution in 5 years or 2 years, whatever it may be. And I think that's kind of where I want to get to too, is that we've got to be adaptive. And like I said, it's not just about we start with this pilot service and we adapt it to do a certain thing as we learn about it. It's the ability for us to say, well, there's other technology or other transit options that we have. So again, I just want to make sure that this isn't the end of all be all, and we're not going to make a fatal choice. But we can get off to a bad start, I think, is how I would characterize where the mayor's going. And this kind of, we got to start all over. We did, right? So we do got to get it right to get off to the right start right off the bat. So.
I did yesterday ask the city manager to take a quick look, not for tonight, but at a on-demand shuttle that's essentially big gigantic golf carts or little airport shuttle carts that is in Manhattan Beach and Aspen and a handful of others, that's free to the user. It's the cost of it's covered by local businesses that sponsor it. But the person who told me about it is, she's an executive, but she's like, it's my teens that are using it all the time. I use it too, but my teen, it's like teens Uber for my teenagers. That's free, and they can't imagine living without it now. And it covers a three square mile area, I think, in Manhattan and Hermosa Beach. So. But I don't understand the finances of it, frankly. But it apparently exists, and you're nodding like you already know about it, in a half a dozen cities or something. But those sorts of little, our city's too big, I think, to cover to solve it with that solution. But keeping an eye out for other options that are out there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's an example in San Diego that I'm mostly familiar with. It's called the Fred, Free Rides Everywhere Downtown, and they focus on getting people around downtown so they can park on the periphery and keep cars out of the downtown core. And it's funded primarily through advertising on the vehicles.
Yeah, so it sounds similar. Okay. All right. A lot of feedback on this one.
Just to be clear on those actions.
Why don't we take a quick second, because the head of the Yolo County Transportation District
I didn't see that.
One more thing you must have had. So, Mr. Bassett.
Sure.
I'll be very quick. One thing that might solve your review process is to appoint 2 council members on that committee that's at least looking at the short list that they come up with and interviewing the shortlisted people. When YCTD found a contractor, they actually put 1 or 2 board members on the committee to kind of grease the skids and help the process along. Another thing to consider is even our contractor, and I can't get into the specifics of the proposal, the technical person working on their proposal, he admitted that Southport alone does not offer the critical mass to be all that successful. So to your point, Mayor, that's an argument why the program needs to be expanded beyond just the Southport community. The other thing I wanted to mention is in October, there's a massive conference exhibition that the American Public Transit Association is putting on in Atlanta. There's going to be all sorts of TNC, rideshare, high-tech programs, products, and services that'll be on display. And there's usually 20 to 25,000 people that attend it. It's a huge event, only occurs once every 3 years. So I would strongly encourage the city to send someone, staff and/or a council person, to see what's being offered by peers throughout the country. And then the last thing I'll mention, and our board hasn't even heard a discussion on this, is even the district may have to at some point consider an RFP which would allow TNC-type programs for areas where we're just not that productive with our rural service.
Great. Thanks, Jerry. It's great to see the district, and I know Mr. Ledesma has been pushing on this from our perspective as well. It's great to see the district on kind of being in the taking these challenges on, head-on and looking for opportunities, as opposed to, I know there are other transit providers around the state and the country that had their head in the sand, and it is scary. I mean, this is a whole different way of moving people around for the transit agencies, but Terry and Mike and the team have been terrific at helping us, and also yourselves looking at some of the new opportunities as well as some of the new challenges. All right, so we're going to close.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify with those actions. So for council direction on the Pilot 2 flexible transportation service concept, just to clarify, the direction is to be looking at a citywide model, and we'll be returning with some additional details on some of those service concepts. With the funding component, we're authorized to work within that range and meet with finance to return with a funding model?
Since we're not actually making an appropriation, I would suggest that we just remove the not-to-exceed figure. And I mean, you've heard the discussion. The manager can in his discussion propose whatever is prudent and accomplishes the objectives within the resource that we have. So you don't need to be artificially limited by our action tonight when you come back.
Okay. Okay, and then I'm clear on the last piece of that with the Riverfront Shuttle being Approach B.
Okay.
So,
Yep.
thank you.
No, I think this is
Oh,
great.
Do you want to make a motion?
Oh, I need a motion? I was going to say, because I think part of it was even looking at Measure E funds, which I wanted to go back to that just for a second and say, that's the kind of smart innovation city stuff I think we had in mind as kind of where that money could go. So yes, supportive of that. And with that, I'll make a motion for the recommended actions.
All right, the tentatively authorizing local funding, we don't need, because we're not really authorizing anything. We're saying we wouldn't object later, so.
Well, I'll
okay.
withdraw my motion then.
All right, thank you very much.
All
That
right,
was a
thank
great,
you.
great presentation, and thanks to the council, great discussion. Council calendar, Ms. Berlin?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. A couple of events that are coming up. Tomorrow, there is a open house on the Broadway Bridge project, and that's at 5 o'clock to 6:30, and it's at the Benjamin Health Professions High School multipurpose room on McClatchy Way. And then on August 1st is the National Night Out, starting at 5 o'clock. And on the dais, you have a little handout that gives you the locations of all of the events for the night. And then the next farmers market is August 10th. That's a Thursday, and that's at the barn at 5 o'clock.
Great, any questions on the calendar? City manager, did you, Mayor, Councilmember
I was just noticing, so we'll have, it looks like we'll have Port Commission for 15 minutes, and then the Public Financing Authority at 5:30. Is that on August 16th? Are those all still? Are those all still happening? It's Port, Public Financing, and City Council?
The port is, but
The Public Financing Authority it's canceled, yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, it's
thanks.
not on.
Thanks.
All right, city manager report.
well, given, I do have port-related items. We didn't have a commission meeting today, but SSA has exercised their option for an additional 5 years to manage the North Terminal. That is a huge win for us. It takes that issue off. In addition, we got notice that the McCarty Bill 1226, which cleaned up the terms of port commissioners, was signed by the governor, so that's done. But lots of good things going on with the port. We will report in August. And I'd also like to say he was here for the pledge. Thank you for doing that, Mayor. Our fire chief's had his birthday today, so very timely.
That's why I asked. Thanks. Questions for city manager? City attorney report? Staff direction from members of the council? And we have no future agenda item requests. So Mr. Johannesson moves and Ms. Sandine seconds. That the meeting be adjourned. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Meeting is adjourned.